Here.
Vice Mayor Bennett. Here. Councilor Randolph.
Here.
Councilor Holloway.
Here.
Councilor Parton.
Here.
Councilor Denton.
Here.
Councilor Pelham.
Here.
Thank you very much. Welcome to the visitors that we have right now. I'm going to ask the city attorney to read the closed meeting motion. There has been a change that we have to have something to discuss with council. So please.
I believe it's covered by
It's
A7
covered?
and A8.
Okay. Would anyone like to make a motion to move into closed session?
Do we have to read it?
I'll go ahead and move to go into closed meeting pursuant to Virginia Code Sections 2.2-3711A1 to discuss and consider personnel matters, including the appointment, assignment, and performance of specific appointees and employees in consideration discussion of prospective candidates for employment and appointment. A3 and A6 to discuss the disposition of publicly held property where bargaining is involved, and discussion in open meeting would adversely affect the city's bargaining position and financial interests. A7 and 8 to consult with legal counsel and be briefed by staff regarding probable litigation and specific legal matters where such briefing and consultation in open meeting would adversely affect the city's litigating procedure. A39 to discuss and consider information related to economic development and to the extent such discussions will be aided thereby. A4 for the protection of the privacy of individuals and personal matters not related to public business.
Second.
The motion has been moved by Vice Mayor Bennett and seconded by Councilor Parton. Is there any discussion? There are no lights. Roll call, please.
Councilor Randolph.
Yes.
Councilor Holloway.
Yes.
Councilor Parton.
Yes.
Mayor Gore.
Yes.
Councilor Denton.
Yes.
Councilor Pelham.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bennett.
Yes.
Thank you. We'll go into closed session. I'll talk to you through real quick.
What do we do now? Because I had
Yeah, it sits out, yeah. Let me read this.
Madam Mayor, the mics are live.
Thank you.
Where is it?
Thank you.
Good evening. I'd like to bring the meeting back to order. We would like to come out of closed session. Is there a motion to come out of closed session?
So moved.
Second.
The motion to come out of closed session has been moved by Counselor Denton and seconded by Counselor Parton. It's now before council. Is there any discussion? There is no discussion. I will add for the record that council has agreed to interview the candidate for the Youth Services Commission and the CPMT Board at our next regular meeting, and then for the clerk to provide council with any vacancies for any boards and commissions that she recognizes in our next packet. Roll call, please.
Counselor Randolph. Here. Counselor Holloway.
Here.
Counselor Parton.
Here.
Mayor Gore.
Yes.
Counselor Denton. Here. Counselor Pelham.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bennett.
Yes.
Mr. City Manager, do we have any representation from IT present this afternoon?
Yes.
Our,
Ryan.
our monitors have just gone out.
Okay.
Oh,
Is it not on?
They just went out, I think.
Okay, let's see.
Do it. Okay,
Herbert.
Madam Clerk, can you move forward with the certification, please?
certainly. I'm sorry.
No, it's my fault.
Were only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements and identified in the closed meeting motion discussed in closed meeting. Counselor Randolph.
Yes.
Counselor Holloway.
Yes.
Counselor Parton.
Yes.
Mayor Gore.
Yes.
Counselor Denton.
Yes.
Counselor Pelham.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bennett.
Yes.
Thank you very much. I'm trying to pull up the agenda electronically, so I have a point of reference.
Do you need a paper copy, Mayor Gore?
Yes, can I please have paper copy?
She needs to speak into the mic.
We're gonna move on to, thank you very much, opening up the regular meeting agenda. Can you please have a roll call?
Counselor
The work
Randolph.
session, I'm sorry, the work session.
No, we have not. Mayor Gore,
Here.
prior to the work session, to amend or adopt the agenda. I just handed you the agenda, so you didn't see it.
Is there a motion to amend or adopt the regular meeting work session
I'd like to amend the agenda.
for the work session?
Yes, for the work session.
Okay. What's your motion?
That's it.
My motion is to table it
I turn it back on.
Okay.
till we get a clear understanding.
I'll second that. There's a motion on the floor by Vice Mayor Bennett to table the work session. It's been seconded by Mayor Gore. Is there any discussion?
Are we tabling it? Is it to a date or just in general?
We have to do a date specific.
No, I'm just asking.
We do need to do a date specific.
Day specific would be at the next meeting,
28.
On the
regular
28th?
council meeting.
Yes, ma'am.
So the motion on the floor is to table the work session on this agenda into the next regular meeting of council. Councilor Parton.
So is this motion just to approve the agenda for the work session part, or are we approving the agenda for the whole meeting?
For the work session.
Okay.
There are no other lights. Roll call, please.
Counselor Randolph.
Yes.
Counselor Holloway.
Yes.
Counselor Parton.
Yes.
Mayor Gore.
Yes.
Counselor Denton.
Yes.
Counselor Pelham.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bennett.
Yes.
So the work session is tabled. Since it has been tabled, our regular meeting doesn't begin until 7:30. So we have to wait until then. So we're going to recess until the regular meeting time, correct? So we're at recess until 7:30.
Explain to them why.
For the public, thank you. So we have a work session on our agenda for this afternoon, and that was gonna take up our time between now until 7:30. City Council's regular meetings begin at 7:30 PM. So if we had not tabled this discussion, we will be actually talking about a work session item. The regular meeting that you guys are here to talk about, the item that's on the agenda, doesn't begin until 7:30. So you have until then.
We are not allowed, because we publicize the regular meeting starting at 7:30. We cannot change it now. It would make sense that we could, but the law does not allow us to, or we would. Sorry.
Where is
Madam Clerk, we'd like to bring the meeting back to order.
Roll call, Mayor Gore,
Here.
Vice Mayor Bennett,
Here.
Counselor Randolph. Here. Counselor Holloway,
Here.
Counselor Parton,
Here.
Counselor Denton,
Here.
Counselor Pelham. Counselor Pelham.
Here.
Thank you very much. Calling the meeting back to order. The time is 7:34. Thank you for all the guests that's joining us this afternoon. We're gonna pick up where we left off because our regular meeting begins at 7:30. After speaking with some council members, there is a recommended amended motion for our regular meeting. I would like to ask Councilor Randolph to make that, please.
I'd like to amend the agenda to table UB2, UB5, UB6, then to have citizen comments, and then put R2 prior to R1. After R2, then R1 will begin with the remainder of the agenda as printed.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. That motion has been moved by Councilor Randolph, seconded by Vice Mayor Bennett. It's now before council. Is there discussion?
Yes. I would like to know the time, how much time allotted for citizen comments.
Right now, our rules say the citizen comments are 30 minutes. At this time or after this motion, we can extend that time period. And also, council be advised, the next motion that I was gonna suggest is to allow people to speak about items on the agenda to waive the rule, so they can comment on the topic on tonight's agenda.
So moved.
Can't, you already have a motion on the floor.
I can make an amendment to her motion to include that the public, the discussion on R1 will be open for discussion from the audience, as well as, what else you said?
Extending the time period.
Extending the time period from 30 minutes to an hour for total talk time, speaking time. Is it,
We're trying to waive the rules, council rules.
I'm amending your motion. Can we do that?
The motion to waive the rule followed the motion that was already on the floor and seconded, so I'm unclear as to what motion
I'll
yours
do it
go
as a separate
to.
motion then.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, any other discussion? To reiterate, the motion on the floor right now is just to adjust the agenda to allow for citizen comments and the topic that many people are here tonight to be at the front of the agenda. And that's what we're talking about this present time. We'll address the next portion after this topic is addressed. Roll call, please.
Counselor Randolph.
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Counselor Parton,
Yes.
Mayor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bennett.
Yes.
Thank you. Now that the agenda has been amended to reflect the order of business that we would like to discuss, the next item that we need to address is extending the time for citizen comments and to also waive the rules to allow for comments on the new R1 item, which is the sanctuary cities. Is there a motion to extend it for an hour and to waive the rules to allow for comment?
I'll make that motion.
Second.
She hasn't made it yet.
What's the motion?
The motion is to waive the rules so that citizens will be able to speak on R2 and to extend the time from 30 minutes total to 1 hour, 60 minutes total. No longer than 60-minute discussion.
And that's seconded by Counselor Denton.
Yes.
And point of clarification, the new R2 is now R1, because we already amended the agenda. Any discussion?
I do.
Yes.
What would be the time per speaker?
It still would be the 3-minute rule. We just extended the overall time period for comments to be heard. And we'll go, the clerk will read that for the public, but it would still be 3 minutes for an extended period of an hour for total discussion. Any other questions or comments? There are no lights. Roll call, please.
Counselor Randolph.
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Counselor Parton,
Yes.
Mayor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
All right.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bennett.
Yes.
Thank you very much. We're gonna move on now to our next portion of the agenda, which is the consent agenda. Is there a motion to adopt or amend the consent agenda?
I move that we adopt the consent agenda.
Second.
There was a motion to adopt the consent agenda, and it was seconded by Counselor Denton. It's now before council. It's open for discussion. I have an item to see, can we take away C1, because I have some amendments to that, some amendment I would like to talk to you about. I haven't talked to you about it yet.
That's fine.
Thank you. So, Councilor Parton, are you okay with amending, adopt the amended consent agenda to remove C1?
Yeah, that's fine.
Councilor Denton, are you fine with that?
That's fine.
Okay. Any other discussion? There are no lights. Roll call, please.
Counselor Randolph.
Yes.
Counselor Holloway.
Yes.
Counselor Parton.
Yes.
Mayor Gore.
Yes.
Counselor Denton.
Yes.
Counselor Pelham.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bennett.
Yes.
May I ask a point of order for the agenda?
Sure.
Are we gonna do, prayer and the pledge of allegiance?
Yes, it's
Yes,
on.
we actually, it's, did we skip that?
Says-
We actually did skip it?
Normally do it during the opening.
Yes, we do. I was gonna do that after we do, it's not on.
Okay.
Correct. All right, we're good. So we're done with that motion? Okay. At this time, we'll do the prayer by Pastor Carson of Friendship Baptist Church, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. And I would like to ask Counselor Pelham to do that. All right, please stand.
In your accustomed style of prayer, to the Eternal who makes us in the midst of our differences, we come before you tonight to take care of the business of the city of Hopewell. It is our desire that you grant unto us your wisdom and knowledge, your patience and understanding, your compassion and love, which will judge us as we govern with compassion and love, understanding and wisdom to one another. It is in your presence that we ask your assistance. Amen.
Wow, that was nice.
That was nice.
Saying the Pledge of Allegiance. She's not here.
Thank you for catching that oversight. Thank you, Pastor Carson, for joining us this afternoon. We started a new tradition of asking local pastors to do the prayer at our meetings. So if you have any recommendations, please send them to me and work with the clerk to get your pastor on the agenda to do the prayer. We're going to move on to our first business item today, which is a public hearing for the Creative Workforce Development Board MOU and ordinance. I actually placed this item on the agenda for council's consideration. I serve as the CLEO, which is a chief elected official for the Creative Workforce Board for the City of Hopewell. In terms of that, my job is to relay information to council, then also be a representative for the Workforce Board for our region. What we have to do as a board is update our rules, which are MOU, and the guidance that we have in terms of how our federal money for WIOLA is spent. In terms of that, City Council has to approve my execution of the documents so that Hopewell is compliant. And so this is a routine approval. We did this before, but there's been some tweaks. And I also had to prepare the ordinance to present to council. So council, this is the same deal that we talked about before. If there's any changes, it is because that was what the state required. And so my ask is for me to please be able to, you guys adopt this, approve it, and allow me to execute the documents. And so I can submit them to Crater first thing in the morning. And we're gonna open up the public hearing. If there's anyone who would like to speak on this topic, please come to the podium. There are no one signed up on the sheet. Going last call. Thank you very much. Public hearing is closed. Would anyone like to make a motion?
I move that we adopt the agreement. Do I need to read it just like it is, or with the Creative Workforce?
You want me to make the motion? Counselor Pelham moves to allow the mayor to sign and execute the Creative Workforce Development Board MOU and ordinance. Is there a second?
Second.
That motion has been moved by Counselor Pelham and seconded by Vice Mayor Bennett. It's now before council. Is there any discussion? There are no lights. Roll call, please.
Counselor Randolph.
Yes.
Counselor Holloway.
Yes.
Counselor Parton.
Yes.
Mayor Gore.
Yes.
Counselor Denton.
Yes.
Counselor Pelham.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bennett.
Yes.
Thank you very much. We're going to move on to unfinished business. The first item on the agenda is UB1, creation of Ashford Kent Ad Hoc Committee. I will ask Mr. Bragg to please come to the podium very briefly. I got your note. So for the public, this is another quick, hopefully, approval. Last year, I was invited to go to England to visit our sister city. It's a tradition the City of Hopewell has had since we had a twinning association and a twinning city in Ashford, Kent, England. The vice mayor is also going to join me and also 2 staff members. We were unable to accommodate those plans in a time frame, and so our twinning sister in Ashford, Kent invited us to come back this year for a birthday celebration. And so the ask was to create an ad hoc committee that we can start planning from the city, the trip and what that's gonna look like, and to appoint 2 members of the Twinning Association to join Vice Mayor I and Mr. Bragg in planning. And so do you have those recommendations from the Twinning Association?
Yes, Madam Mayor. The names, 2 names that I was given from the Twinning Association is Carolyn Hoagland and Mr. Danny Burchett. They're the 2 members of Twinning have selected, and they've also sent a letter also requesting the exact dates that we, regarding our visit to England.
Thank you.
We're waiting on a reply from them.
So council, the ask tonight is to please allow the 5 of us to begin meeting, to begin brainstorming some plans to bring back to city council for discussion. That's the ask, so we can begin to meet and to figure out what options are as a committee with council.
I make a motion that the ad hoc committee for Ms. Hogle and Mr. Burchett, and the mayor, Mr. Bragg, and 2 other staff members meet.
And the
And
vice
vice
mayor.
mayor, start the planning.
Second. Is there any discussion? Yes. Councilor Randolph?
My understanding is that our twin town in England is going to have a celebration, and they pretty much set up the celebration and give us timeframes. So I'm not clear on what y'all are planning.
That was last year. So this year, the mayor's office in Ashford Kent contacted me to figure out what we could do in terms of birthday celebration, and can we start meeting to discuss what that would look like so we can plan to get together. And so we haven't been able to have that conversation because council hasn't agreed to who can meet and begin the discussion to bring back to both of our bodies. What was planned, that they planned, was last year, and that is what we missed. So there's nothing planned right now.
Okay.
And I believe the last email that was sent, the clerk, you were copied on that email, and she asked who does she need to communicate to from the office to begin planning. Is there any other discussion? There are no lights. Madam Clerk, can you please repeat the motion for roll call?
The motion is for, excuse me, to add Ms. Hoagland, Mr. Burchett, the mayor, the vice mayor, Mr. Bragg, and 2 staff members to the ad hoc committee for the Ashford Kent committee, and for them to start planning.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Councilor Randolph.
Yes.
Counselor Holloway.
Yes.
Counselor Parton.
Yes.
Mayor Gore.
Yes.
Counselor Denton.
Yes.
Counselor Pelham.
Yes.
Excuse me, Vice Mayor Bennett.
Yes.
Thank you very much. We're gonna move on to UB3, the census presentation and request for census committee appointments. I'll call on Director Griffin for this, please.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor Bennett, and all members of City Council. Every 10 years, a census is taken of all people living in the United States. And we are getting ready and gearing up for the 2020 census. Tonight, we have 3 people here from the U.S. Census Bureau. Mr. Ronald Brown, he's the partnership coordinator. Shirley Gilliam, a partnership specialist, and Latasha Chambers, she's a media specialist. They are here to provide a presentation. And tonight, we're also asking for the City Council to appoint members to the Census Committee. And that information is on the dais in front of you. And now I will call up Mr. Ronald Brown.
Good evening, Mayor Gore, Vice Mayor Bennett, members of council, city staff, and everyone from the communities in attendance. I want to be able to share with you the importance of the census, why the census is being done, and how it will greatly impact the city of Hopewell and the individuals living in Hopewell. We do a census every 10 years by constitutional mandate to make sure we are counting everyone in the country because of it impacting a number of different things. It impacts decisions that are being made about where to place schools, decisions being made about where businesses are growing. But 2 of the main important reasons why we do a census is for apportionment. Who will represent us in Congress and make decisions on our behalf? States are allocated seats based on the population counts within the states. But probably more importantly than even that is the allocation of federal dollars coming back into communities based on the population counts within those communities. For the 2020 census, there will be over $675 billion redistributed back into communities based on population counts. I'm going to quickly go through this slide presentation. I'm not going to address each and every single one of them, but I just want to be able to share with you some of the key and important things that will be impacting the city of Hopewell as it relates to this count. Again, it's talking about distribution of federal dollars, enforcing Voting Rights Act and civil rights legislation, the apportionment of Congress people representing the Commonwealth in Congress. We have a different design for the Census Bureau. We've had to work with the city planning department to determine who and where we need to count. We've been able to do that over the past year, and we have a pretty good basis on where we're going to be contacting people for the census count. We will be starting the census count beginning the middle of March. And this census is unlike any that we have ever done in the past. In the past, we would send out a census forms and ask everyone to fill out the form and mail it back to us. For the first time in the history of the census, there will be 3 ways that people will have to fill out the census form. The first one, beginning in the middle of March, people will be able to go online and fill out their census form and get us the information quickly. And there's some challenge with that I will speak about in a minute. The second way is we will have toll-free numbers that individuals will be able to call and provide their census information. And the last way is that tried and true way where we will send out a form to those who have not responded so they can fill it out and mail it back to us. But there are some challenges associated with especially going online because not everyone has connectability. Not everyone knows how to go online and fill out the census form. We are providing assistance through not only staffing from the Census Bureau, but we are working closely with colleges and universities, public libraries, workforce development agencies to allow people to come to their facilities and their agencies to use their computer banks to be able to fill out the census forms if they would like to. But again, they can call the Census Bureau. April 1st is Census Day. In most people's mind, April 1st is April Fool's Day, but this is really not a joke for us. We need to count everyone once, only once, and in the right place. And it's important for people to understand that. Historically, some of the most undercounted groups in this country have been children under 5, our veterans, our seniors, immigrants, and individuals with disabilities. And we have to reach every single one of them to make sure they are being counted. Why? We have worked with the governor and his staff to determine that for every person missed, not counted, that represents $2,000 per person in this Commonwealth that the Commonwealth will not receive. 2,000 persons annually over a 10-year period of time, that will be 20,000 people. And that will not change until we do another count in 2030. So I don't know if the city of Hopewell can afford to lose out on $20,000 per person over a 10-year period of time. If you don't need that or can't use it, let me know. I have a lot of cities and localities that would be happy to take those funds and do some things with them. But let's talk about what those funds are used for. Vital services in the community. There are 4 hospitals and the services that are there. There are 4 education, children getting reduced meals in schools. There are 4 maintaining roadways, highways, for people to get in and out of where they need to be. There are 4 SNAP programs, WIC programs, healthcare programs, housing programs. Those are the things that are impacted by those federal dollars coming into community. I want to quickly just share with you how Hopewell could be impacted by funds not coming into the city. I'm showing you what we call our low response score areas for one of the census tracts here in the city of Hopewell. What it is showing is that 27.8% of the population within this census tract that makes up approximately 2,700 people may not get counted. 27%. So let's say it's just 10%, 200 people. And you multiply that 200 people by $2,000 for 1 year, and then over a 10-year period of time. You tell me how much money the city of Hopewell will be losing out on just this one census tract. That's important to the city to know that. It's a diverse census tract that needs to be approached. You have 33% black living in this census tract, 45% white, 12% Hispanic, 3% Asian. We need to make sure we are reaching everyone in this census tract to ensure that they are counted. I mentioned that children under the age of 5 are the most undercounted group with any decennial we have ever done. For the 2010 decennial, approximately 1 million children were missed, and we don't understand why. And we ask parents, why are they not being counted? Everyone on April 1st should be counted. And I jokingly say to parents, what is it? When you were filling out the census form, was your child getting on your nerve? Didn't they clean up their room? And you tell them, I'll get back up at you. I won't count you on the census form. But that's $2,000 that will be missed. And that I'm sure the city can use in some way, shape, or form. Here's another census tract. Again, 27.6%. Anything over 25% in terms of a low response score, the city should be concerned with. Should make sure there are efforts to reach everyone in that tract and make sure they understand the importance of being counted. We have this information available. We will be happy to share it with you. Shirley Gilliam, our partnership specialist that is working closely with the city, will be happy to provide you with more information about how the city will be impacted. I can go on and on about those census tracts and the percentages that will be missed. That's not a guarantee. It's a predictor that can be changed. Getting information out and educating the population about why it's important and how it directly impacts them. They're using hospitals. Our children go to these schools. They ride the highways and byways to do their shopping for their homes. Everyone is using some type of service, and they need to make sure they're being counted. There's a concern out there about confidentiality and privacy. We're in a day and age where people are concerned about their information being shared, being hacked. We don't do that at the Census Bureau. When we receive the information, it automatically gets codified, placed in a code, and no one can track that code back to any personal identifiable information of anyone. We as employees have also had to take an oath. Title 13 of the U.S. Code says that we cannot divulge anyone's information outside of the Census Bureau. If we do that, I, Shirley, Latasha, are subject to fines and imprisonment, 5 years of imprisonment, and or a fine of $250,000 if we violate that oath. Now, my wife has already threatened me. She said, you don't have 5 years to give to anyone but me. And that $250,000 is for our retirement or for her to do more shopping. So we're working on that to make sure I do not violate that. But we are bound by that oath whether we are working for the Census Bureau or not. I'm retiring after this one. This will be my 3rd decennial. I'm going to enjoy the rest of my life after doing 3 of them. But no matter, no matter what I am doing, I cannot violate that oath. Whether I was to change jobs, I could not do that. So we protect that information. We do not collect Social Security numbers, and people don't know that. But we protect the confidentiality and privacy of that information. We need your help. We need your help and engagement, getting the word out, promoting the word. The fact that we have jobs and we can't find enough people for the jobs we have. We're hiring over 500,000 people across this country. Within Hopewell, we're having difficulty finding people. So we have a phone number and a website I'd like to share with you as I'm wrapping up that people can call and they can go to for the jobs we have. We're hiring full-time, part-time, evening, and weekends. The phone number is 1-855-562-2020. Again, 1-855-562-2020. The website is 2020census.gov/jobs. Anyone interested in a job, please ask them to apply. We are having difficulty finding people. But again, it's important for people to understand the community will lose funding for the services, for education, and for other things if they are not completely counted in this decennial. I thank you for the opportunity to be here before you. I'll be happy to try to answer any questions you may have about the 2020 census.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor.
I have a question, maybe I missed it. What information do you actually need from the citizens, each citizen? I know you stated there are no social security numbers, but how do you determine names? I mean, what information are we actually giving to the census, and how is that information stored? Understand that it's followed by a code, but technology's changing. So can you just reassure us a little more?
Yes, there are approximately 10 questions on the census form. It takes approximately 10 minutes to fill it out. We ask for names, we ask for birth dates, the address, we ask for how many people are living in the household, their ethnicity, their race. Again, those are questions we're asking so we are able to provide data around each of those categories. When we get the information, whether it's via online, telephone, or by form, it immediately gets placed in a specific code tied to that particular form coming back to us, or that information coming back to us. So it is separated from the personal identifiable information anyone sends us, so that it cannot be traced back to an address or those individuals.
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
I hope I've answered all.
Yes, I have more questions, but I'll let everybody get a turn because I only have 3.
Does anyone have a question before she continues? Go ahead, and I'll go after you.
And we talked about funding, and it's certain funds, but I know sometimes there are different avenues or things change in legislation. How do we determine within that 10 years that we will receive that funding, and where will the funding go?
Again, what will happen is December 31st, we have to provide to the president the numbers on how the population have changed in this country. At the end of the first quarter, we have to provide to the governor and state legislators how the populations have changed within the state so they can do redistricting. They can look at who's going to represent the Commonwealth and Congress, those types of things. But we also share with them the population count and how it will impact that $675 billion. What portion of that may be coming back into the Commonwealth based on the population count. They will also be able to share with them what programs are supported. Through those fundings, we also supply grants to nonprofit community-based organizations for the services that they need to continue to act. So again, it will be the governor and the legislators that will actually determine how much may be coming back to the city of Hopewell.
So that was where my question lies. And, I'm a little concerned about this information, the consensus. I understand it completely, and I know we could get funding, but that's not guaranteed. you know, I want to give you the information for a promise of getting funding or money towards the city. But with grants and funds, we can have it today. We have many programs where we have it today and it's not sustainable. So we're giving our information not knowing within the 10 years if we will receive that funding or not. So that is my only concern, and I know I can't predict the future, because if I could, I'd play the stock market. But that's just my concern.
What I would ask is that, one, and I will make sure I let not only the Census Bureau aware of that, but also let the governor and his staff be aware of that, because again, they will be the ones that you'll be working with to determine how much funding does come back to the city, even though, again, there are federal grants that can come directly into the city that do not go through the governor and the state legislators.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
City Manager had his light on. Do you have the comment?
I was just gonna say, one of the ways that the census affects us locally is how we redistrict for council. So we need that data in order to draw our local ward lines based on the formulas that are laid out for us when we do our redistricting. So that's one definitive way that filling out your census form, because they'll fill it out, they'll report to the governor at the end of the year. We usually get our data first quarter of the following year, so 21, and then Ms. Griffin and staff will begin the process of looking at the previous year, 2010, what 20 looks like, and how we may have to make changes in our wards as a result of that.
Thank you.
And a great first step for you is the appointment of that complete count committee, that task force that represents you. Will be able to develop plans about how you reach out into the community to let everyone know the importance of the census, and we will be working closely with them.
There are no other lights. I do have quick questions and / comments. The other thing that we can use the census data for is kind of what we were talking about, using data to determine where in the city needs services. We're talking about looking at health and some other opportunities, especially these opportunities grant, but that conversation is leaning towards what that will evolve to. But essentially, the backing of that is part of the grant that we have is a partnership with City Health Dashboard. The city of Roanoke already completed their work, and we need some support from council so we can finish doing our work. But that census, the data that they use to determine health disparities, income disparities, quality of life disparities, is data taken from the census. And so it impacts literally policy discussions about where do we need to invest and what kind of programs we need to do to help people improve their quality of lives overall. But then the other thing is, I know that the census from my meeting I had with you earlier the year, thank you again for coming out for that, we talked about it being electronic based this time. And then we talked about some concerns that people who are not tech savvy or maybe not use computers, they're gonna need help filling out this census form, because it's gonna be intimidating for some people, and just quite frankly, they don't know how to use systems like this. We talked about some options about bringing training to help people, or find a way that we can have like some type of mobile center here where people can come in, have a staff member help them fill out the census, or a volunteer, whoever we have, to be able to assist with that. Can we please make sure we keep that conversation? But I think the other important thing is, we talked about if people don't fill out the first time, there are going to be checks to come back. You're going to have people knocking at your door to try to finish this information. So can you please explain that process so people are aware that just do it the first time so people don't come back to knock on your door?
That's why we're doing it differently this time, and we have 3 vehicles for people to be able to respond, so we eliminate the number of people who need to be knocking on doors trying to get information. But you're right, if there are people who are not filling out their form and we send 4 or 5 forms in the mail to them and we don't get them back, we will have what we call census takers, enumerators, knocking on the door and see if we can assist people with filling out their form and getting it back to us. And we will be able to collect that data as much as possible. So yes, we're going to be hiring from the community, their neighbors, their friends, people they know, to try to make them, again, as comfortable as possible filling out the information and getting it back to us. That's why we're asking people to apply for jobs. We want people from the community who know their community best. And also, in response to one of your comments, we will have staff available to come out and assist people with filling out their census forms. We've developed what we call a mobile assistance van that people will be around. We will be in libraries, we'll be in colleges and universities, agencies, workforce development agencies, to assist individuals filling out their census forms.
Thank you. And the last comment I'll say is For the public, if you follow the city's page on Facebook, we have been sharing the job opportunities for the census on our Facebook page already. So if you're interested, that information is available there, and I think it's on our city's website as well. If not, we'll make sure it gets posted, but I'm pretty sure it's there. The other thing I would say is, in terms of the Census Committee, I don't know if other localities have given funding, because a lot of this is gonna be based on partnerships. And Hopewell, since we're starting late with getting our committee established, we really do need to have a strong push for April. And so maybe some of the events, maybe we might have to look at putting some dollar amounts to make sure we put the word out there and start educating people on the importance of the census, because when you talk about funding, that is huge. Hopewell uses a lot of federal and state funding to do operations in a lot of areas. And so the funding that we receive right now is based off of the last census. So the more people we get counted, the more money we can get into the city. Or else we can be looking at the last census data money. And we need as much help as we can get to be able to improve people's lives. So without further ado, I will just tell council that when I presented this on the agenda last year, the request was to establish the census committee so we can begin to get to work and work with the census team. And the discussion was, the ultimate decision was for Director Griffin, Councilor Denton, and I to meet to present some options for council to establish the committee. We have worked with the city attorney, and I'm sorry this is not in the packet because this was last minute preparation, because we wanted to make sure everyone was on the same page. And so you have in your chair the resolution to establish officially the census committee, and Ms. Griffin will be the chair, I will be the vice chair, and the way this is crafted is for us to be able to get to work and work with members of the community, and to be able to include more people later on down the road as volunteers, and work with our strategic partners, churches, schools, other organizations in the city, so we can really get the ball rolling. So we would like to have your support to approve this, so we can officially begin working on behalf of the Census Committee.
I'd like to make a motion that we adopt the resolution for the 2020 Census Committee.
Second.
Thank you very much. That motion has been moved by Councilor Randolph and seconded by Councilor Parton. Is there any discussion? There are no lights. Roll call, please.
Counselor Randolph.
Yes.
Counselor Holler.
Yes.
Counselor Barton.
Yes.
Mayor Gore.
Yes.
Counselor Denton.
Yes.
Counselor Pelham.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bennett.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes. Thank you very much. Thank you guys for coming this afternoon. Okay, we are going to move on to UB4. Request council to create an innovation competition for city departments. As I discussed with the other council members, I will table this again, but for clarity in terms of asking staff to do something, I would like the city manager to please look into the agreement that we had with PMG, Performance Management Group. For the public, that is the group that we hired to do a performance review of City Hall and to look at all the different departments, look at policies, procedures, and see how efficient they were. A part of the early on discussions were to do customer service surveys for the public, but then also innovation competition for staff. And the idea was that they would be able to come back with ideas, and council will begin to start making some progressive changes in terms of how the city operates. So my ask would be, this is gonna be tabled, but can the city manager please look into other examples of what other localities have done, so we can start to discuss that, but then also looking back at the agreement that we have PMG, because I know we're up to do the RFP again for that agreement. To see if, so the timeframe would be the second meeting in February. That will give you enough time to research other options and also talk with PMG. And I will add that you work with the city attorney in terms of the RFP options, because we need to do the change how we recruited them last time. And this is just pretty much following up of the last conversation we had regarding continuing the study, just to give us feedback and recommendations at the second meeting in February. So if there's no objections to that, is that fine in terms of consensus of giving him direction?
Fine with me.
So then, is there a motion to table this discussion to the second meeting in February?
So moved.
Second.
The motion has been moved by Councilor Parton. It's been seconded by Councilor Pelham. Any other discussion? There are no lights. Roll call, please.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Counselor Parkman,
Yes.
Mayor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
No.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bennett.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes. We're gonna move on to UB7, correct? So this is the rental inspection update, and this is placed on the agenda. We talked about this before with city council, and it's been on our pending list of priorities for quite some time. And so I put this on the agenda to ask that we can get some progress on that. I know, speaking with staff several times about this, Director Griffin and Mr. Altman, there are options, the proposed rental inspection program, when it was originally introduced, was different than what was officially adopted. And so the request was to see how we can amend that to be able to expand rental inspection throughout the city to help with some of the derelict and blight buildings. And so I don't know if Ms. Griffin has a full okay, cool.
I do have a question. Mr. Butler's here, and so I think he got here late. Did we not do the Second Avenue?
No, we didn't.
No.
Okay. All right. All right.
We tabled it.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, you did.
So the rental inspection program has been in the city since 2005. It is from the Code of Virginia, and I won't, for the sake of time, I'm not going to go through this entire presentation.
Thank you.
I'll just get to the history of the program. In 2003, City Council adopted a strategic housing improvement plan, and one of the things at the time that council wanted to do was to improve rental housing, and they looked at creating the rental inspection program. That was created in 2005, and since that time, the first area is the B Village. The B Village area started in 2005, and there's been at least 3 times in which staff in the code department has gone out and did rental inspections. Later on, City Point was added. This is City Point proper, just not the historic area of City Point. It was added, and the last inspections in City Point happened in 2016 and 2017. Just to show people the areas that we're talking about, in the yellow is the City Point area that's under the rental inspection program, and the blue area is the B Village that's under the rental inspection program. In City Point, there are exactly 195 rental properties. I just wanted to give you an overview of the responses that we receive. Total of 195 properties rental, total of letters that were mailed, 122. Total of inspections scheduled, 31. So what you should know is that when we send out letters, we are required by the state code to send out letters and to ask property owners to have their homes inspected. Most of them do not respond, and there is a penalty of $50 if they don't respond. Well, in the penalty being $50, we have tried to collect that penalty in the past, and that penalty is not added to their taxes. And so there is no incentive for them to respond because it's just $50. So we have a 34% response rate. The total number of properties that were exempt. So there are 11 properties of their 195 that we send out letters to, and they prove to us that they were not renting the space. Total past inspections, 17 inspections passed of the 31 scheduled, and 13 failed. If you fail the first time, we come back out, and we come back out for free. If you fail subsequent times, again, the charge is $50. We really don't have that many people failing the second time because they don't want to have to pay the additional $50. This is the B Village. This was established later in 2009. We began looking at properties there between 2013 and 2015. You should also know that if your property does not fail a rental inspection, we don't have to go back out for 4 years. And that is what's in our code. It does not have to be that way. We can go back out annually, but we set it up during that time that it's every 4 years. So theoretically, you can have several different people moving in and out of the house, and the city cannot go back for 4 years. There have been questions about how do we designate other districts in the city. We can do that. We have to prove that those areas need actually the inspections. And what we would use is use the data that we have in our office through our Munis system. We collect information from TIMS. We collect information when people come in and they say that they have a violation. And we have designated, and we know some areas that we think should have the rental inspection program. You can also actually have rental inspection on individual properties. If we see that individual properties continue to come up for violations, whether that's a single-family home that is rented or a multifamily units that are rented, we can go in and we can inspect those. That is something that has to be adopted by the city council. We came back to you, I believe it was 2016, and we made some recommendations. And at that time, that council chose to have us hold off on moving and changing anything in the code in order for us to get, I think at that time it was a 2016 CAFR done. So I believe that's been done, and so we can move on to get our rental inspection program improved. Here, I give you some limitations, like I've already said. The fee is a minimal fee. The follow-up is just $50, and the civil penalty is just $50, which have not been paid in the past. Also, some limitations, the 4 years. You don't have to go back, it's up 4 years. Also, the rental inspection program does not speak to aesthetics. So if you go buy a house, I say you always have at least one house on the block that makes the whole block go down. But that is not a part of the rental inspection program. Aesthetics is not something that we look at. Also, human resources is a limitation. This is a program that really has to run efficiently. It has a lot of paperwork involved, and it's very hard to keep someone in that position. And so that is a limitation that we have. Staff recommendations, we do believe that you should hire a dedicated full-time rental inspector and a part-time administrative personnel. In the past, you would have that inspector also doing the letters and doing the inspections, doing the follow-up, and the code does require certain letters to go out on certain times. You have to send out the letter, they have to respond in 10 days. If they don't respond in 10 days, you send out another letter. So it's a lot of paperwork and a lot of things that have to be done that makes it difficult. We also think you should revise the ordinance to collect fees for follow-up inspections. And we also think you should consider setting fees to offset costs of the program delivery. If not paid in 30 days, just like any other bill, we think it should be added to that person's bill for the city and collected when they have their taxes to be paid. That's not done now. This just talks about, we think you should use the violation data to create additional districts or to actually have individual multifamily or individual single-family homes that we know have created several violations, have them put into the rental inspection program. And note again, hire one rental inspector for every 2 districts plus one administrative part-time person. Have any questions? I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you. Anyone that have a question for Director Griffin?
I do.
Go ahead, Councilor Randolph.
Are you gonna provide us with a written, in addition to what you just presented here, a written consolidation of your recommendations and the costs?
Yes, yes.
And when is that gonna be?
When? Tell me the deadline and I'll give it to you.
Your budget.
So my recommendation is,
Yes.
the reason why I really asked for this presentation is because, like you said, we stopped it in 2016 and it's just been sitting there. We need to get the ball rolling on addressing this issue because everyone's complaining about rentals in Hopewell. So my recommendation to council would be to add this with the strategic plan updates that the city manager is supposed to give us, because that will include the staffing, the fees, and then the recommended changes that she's proposing. If he's gonna give us the update at the February 1st meeting, that could be along with that. And if council so chooses, we can handle this separately as a separate issue, or it could be incorporated in our strategic plan for the city.
And I did put those positions in the budget, in the development department budget.
I personally think that as a council, we need to talk about whether it gets stuck into his priorities or not. Because I think we haven't, as a this council has not discussed that rental inspection program and where we think it fits in our priorities. So I'd like to discuss that first before we have it stuck into the priorities if we can.
No, all I'm saying is she asked for a time frame. I'm saying if he's gonna give us the priorities that we talked about, time frames and budgets and staffing, the same information, that she can give it at the same time. And then you decide there where it falls in the priorities, if it should be separate, should be added or addressed differently. But in terms of giving us the data, it fits the other data that we're getting at that time frame. So this, I'm talking about just data, that's it.
Data, okay.
Because then that conversation, you can say, I think we need to have a separate work session, this shouldn't be in a strategic plan or X, Y, and Z, but at least you have the content to figure out.
I'm saying now that I think we should have a separate work
session?
now on this.
Okay.
This is an important issue that has lagged.
It is.
That we need to get on. I agree with you wholeheartedly.
Perfect.
And, if we can do that, that would be great.
Do you want to schedule, I am glad to hear that because I think this is a priority as well. So, I'll hear the other comments and we can figure out what we want to do. Councilor Powell?
Yes, what happened to the other rental inspectors? I think we hired 2. What are they doing now since they're not rental inspecting?
So we didn't hire 2 rental inspectors. You hired 1 rental inspection person, and that person also does building inspections and code enforcement. So I believe that you should have 1 person that is totally designated just for rental inspection.
Yeah, I do too, for the whole city. Why would you need 1 per every 2 districts?
Well, it's a lot of paperwork that has to be done and a lot of scheduling that has to be done. And to sustain the program, I believe that you need 1, I think I said.
You said 1 for
One
every
for
2
every
districts?
2, yes.
And how many districts, because the whole city can't be declared a rental inspectable area?
Right now, we have 2 districts.
So that means you only hire 1 person.
But you had said in the past that you wanted to add additional districts. I think Virginia Heights was mentioned, Washington Heights was mentioned. And so if you do that, you shouldn't use the 1 person that you shouldn't use that 1 person. You should hire someone else if you're gonna add 2 more districts.
It just means it'd be a longer time. I mean, okay, we'll just discuss that at a work session.
Yeah.
But again,
Councilor Denton?
I agree with Councilor Randolph. I think we need to, having to do with time tonight, we need to have a work session to discuss this. And also, we're going to be discussing very shortly the budget. And I think this would play in if we need more positions. This needs to be a part of our budget discussion. So I would like to see us continue this, but at a later date.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, thank you guys for the support. I'm glad you talked about it being a budget. That was why this was timed, this exact meeting, so we can preface it for the budget. So I'll ask the clerk, do you know offhand, I don't think we have any work sessions scheduled for the second meeting in February, do we?
You do not.
We're gonna start the budget work sessions probably February, March timeframe. So if you wanna have this conversation in advance of the budget, and you also wanna have it timely, do you guys wanna agree to have this as a work session for the second meeting in February?
It's fine with me.
Yes.
Okay. Can someone make a motion that we set that in stone, that we're gonna have a work session to continue the conversation on the rental inspection program at the second regular meeting in February?
Second.
Is that a motion?
I thought you, yes, I'll make that motion.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Counselor Denton made the motion. Counselor Parton seconded. Is there any other discussion?
Nope, that would be
Councilor
Councilor
Randolph
Randolph
made
that
the
made the motion.
What did I say?
Denton.
Oh, I'm sorry. Counselor
like
Randolph.
Janice.
Counselor Randolph made the motion and it was seconded by Counselor Parton. Is there any other discussion? No lights. Roll call, please.
Councilor Randolph?
Yes.
Councilor Holloway?
Yes.
Councilor Parton?
Yes.
Mayor Gore?
Yes.
Councilor Denton?
Yes.
Councilor Pelham?
yes.
Vice Mayor Bennett?
Yes.
Thank you guys for your support on that. Thank you, Ms. Griffin. And now we're going to move to the topic of the hour, communications from citizens. I do have everyone who has signed up thus far. The clerk will read the rules, and after the people who have previously signed up have spoken. We'll open up the floor to allow others to speak if they choose to. So I'll ask the clerk to please read the rules pertaining to communications from citizens before we call the first person up.
A communications from citizens period, limited in total time to 60 minutes. Excuse me, as part of the order of business of each regular council meeting, all persons addressing council shall approach the microphone, give name, and if they reside in Hopewell, their ward number. Limit comments to 3 minutes. No one is permitted to speak on any item scheduled for consideration on the regular agenda. As you all know, council has waived this for you. All remarks shall be addressed to the council as a body. Any questions must be asked through the mayor only. There shall be no discussion without permission of the mayor. Any person who makes personal, impertinent, abusive, or slanderous statements or incites disorderly conduct in council chambers may be barred by the mayor from further audience before council and removed, subject to appeal to a majority of council.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. And please, if you are a Hopewell resident, please don't forget to state your ward, because I'm going by off the list. I'm making notes for those who didn't fill that in. If you are standing, there is space around here in the front rows. I don't think we have any other guests attending, so please take this moment to sit down if you would like to. We have sections over here and section over here.
And while people are being seated, whoever is speaking, we ask that you speak into the mic so that council can hear you clearly.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk, and the mic can be adjusted. So the first person that we have on our list is Mr. Harry Clary Jr. from Petersburg.
That's me. I asked for a little more time to speak than the 3 minutes.
The current rules are for 3 minutes. As she stated, you can come back a second time if no one else would like to speak.
Okay, well then I'm going to speak fast. Brandon Howard asked me to sing in the Hopewell Christmas Parade this year. I learned a lot of songs. I prepared. I asked him what line were we in. I got to Cavalier Square. I asked the young girl, I said, where am I in the line? She goes, you have to know your number if you came to the meeting. So I didn't come to the meeting. She goes, well, park over there. I parked about 80 feet near Dollar Tree. Came back, and we went back and forth a long time until I finally said, look, Brian, I said, Brandon Howard is driving. She goes, oh, why didn't you say so? So she comes back 5-10 minutes later and says, you're at 4B7, blah, 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 blah. And I said, what does that mean? She goes, where am I in the line? She goes, oh, well, we don't know that yet, after 15 minutes. So I was a little frustrated. I told her to kiss my ass. And I walked off. And a girl from Tucker's Towing, whatever you do, don't go to Tucker's Towing, jumped behind me and said, there's children out here, blah, 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 blah. How dare you say that? I walked about 80 feet. I turned around. I told her to shut up. And her boyfriend or husband said, MFer, I'm going to beat the S out of you. I said, well, come on. He backed down. I got in my car. 20 minutes later, I'm surrounded by the police. My girlfriend, 60 years old, I'm 65. She gets out of the car. Police officer puts his leg up against my door and stays in it, asks for my license. I gave it to him. I said, okay, you've run it. Give me my license back, and shut my door. He refused to do so. I asked him to speak to the guy that threatened me. They refused to do so. He said, well, go down to the station and complain. I said, well, I'm going to. I said, but give me his name and address, because a magistrate isn't going to want to, some guy, you know. He said, well, it'll be there when you get there. We get to the police station. We have to wait 30 minutes. An officer comes in and says, yes, I have his name and address right here. And I said, okay, well, I'm here to file a complaint against 2 police officers. One of the police officers blocked my girlfriend from getting back in the car, and he kept looking at her and saying, well, you know, you don't have to go with him. Like I was a danger. Okay, we get down to the police station. She would not let me fill out a complaint against the 2 police officers. To this day, this happened December 8th. I don't know who they are now. I don't know who the guy was that threatened my life. And they said, you threatened him? I said, no, he threatened me. I challenged his threat. I went to March Altman's office the next day. It's been 6 weeks. I still don't know anything. I was refused from filling out a complaint against the police.
Mr. Clary, you have to stop speaking unless council agrees to extend your time.
I can fix this sound system, by the way. If you call me when, okay? I just want to tell everybody,
Mr.
you
Clary.
can't file charges
Mr. Clary,
against anyone.
you have to stop speaking. I'm sorry.
Oh, of course.
I'm sorry.
What I'm saying goes against your agenda. I'm for second right, all 100%. Second Amendment rights.
Okay.
Pro-gun.
Thank you. So, before we call the next person, I want to reiterate the rules today. Everyone has the ability to speak their mind. However, please refrain from using abusive comments. Please refrain from cursing, using profanity. We do have children here in the audience, and we are going live. Also, if a member of staff provides you with instruction, please follow it. If not, then I will ask you to leave. It's open, everybody can say how they feel, but please just respect each other's rules. So, and the other thing is, we're gonna have to probably start refraining with the clapping, not trying to be the Debbie Downer, but just make sure we get this rolling and everyone's heard. And so, next person is gonna be Mr. Todd Jarrett. Are you still here? Okay.
Thank you for having me here this evening, everyone. My name is Todd Jarrett. I'm a graduate of Hopewell, class of 1982. In this room, many of these people here know me as a professional shooter, a television personality, and a Second Amendment advocate for years. I've been a competitive shooter for over 38 years, a firearms instructor in law enforcement, United States government, and the U.S. military command for decades. Currently, I work in the firearms industry, as many do in this state. I'm involved in manufacturing or sales of related gear to licensed dealers, law enforcement, and the U.S. government. I've fired 6 million rounds in my lifetime and accumulated 15 U.S. national championships and 4 world championships, and more than I can count to this point. I'd like to bring a little different perspective to the meeting tonight. I'd like to talk about the laws that are getting ready to come to the Commonwealth of Virginia and the effects it will have on business and we the people. There are thousands of businesses in the state of Virginia that will close their doors with the proposed bills like House Bill 961 and many others. Companies like Liberty Firearms, U.S. Gun Works, Dance's Sporting Goods Stores, and Green Top, just to name a few in our community. There are 326 companies that sell and manufacture firearms to law enforcement, U.S. military, and law-abiding citizens for provide to themselves and for the homeland of the U.S. Major manufacturers, as we know, is BAE, FN, H&K, Benelli, LWRC, Seymour Systems, Zenith, and many more that will be lost as time goes on. The bills proposed in the 2020 session will close down indoor ranges. They will close over 70% of all the outdoor ranges in the state of Virginia. There are hundreds of competitive shooting events that take place in the state every single year. World, national, regional championships will be gone forever. There are over 1,000+ active competitive shooters in the state of Virginia that shoot rifle, shotgun, and pistol for sporting purposes every single weekend in the state. On top of that, there are roughly 30,000 competitors that travel in and throughout the state to compete and enjoy the riches of our country and this state for these events, many right here in the city of Hopewell. Good people with a gun can protect themselves, their families, their friends, and the citizens of this great state. But if legislators pass these insane gun laws, the lives of good people will be at risk. Have we really thought about the implications of the citizens of Hopewell that would become felons, including our National Guardsmen and veterans who have sacrificed everything for our constitutional rights? I want to thank you very much for my time.
Thank you very much. Next person that we have on the list is Mr. Brandon Howard.
Madam Mayor, members of City Council, if I may, Madam Mayor, I have 2 documents I would like to present to council. May I present to the clerk for council?
We can get that after the meeting. We typically do not hand out documents during the meeting.
All right, the first set of documents I have to show you is petitions from the city that citizens of Hopewell have signed. There's almost 900, there's almost 1,000 signatures here from around the common, city of Hopewell. And again, I'm Brandon Howard, Ward 5. The second document I was going to show council, which I had one printed out for each and every one of you, is a cost analysis of what just one of these bills coming out of Richmond will cost the city of Hopewell and the citizens. Any one of these bills being proposed in Richmond right now, what will cause a citizen to be a Class 6 felon, and a lot of them are confiscation bills, where they're going to be confiscating firearms from the law-abiding citizen. I'm just going to break it down for you very simply. The cost for one person for an investigation, execution of a high-risk search warrant, arrest, and pretrial confinements is going to cost the city of Hopewell $5,000 per individual. Now, to incarcerate an individual in Riverside for one day, the city's going to owe $42. Multiply that by 1 year, that's 365 days, is going to be $15,330. Multiplied by the 5-year sentence, what comes along with the penalty, that is $76,650. $650. Now, if we're going to multiply that by the lowball estimate of 5,000 people who's going to refuse to give up their thousands of dollars worth of personal, legally purchased firearms, it's going to cost the city $408,250,000. That's the lowball estimate. And I don't think the city has almost $500 million to enforce one law. Now, the middle estimate, which would be 7,500 citizens who refuse to give up their personal property that they legally purchased, is $612,375,000. And if we wanted to go with the highball estimate of 10,000 citizens across the city, we're looking at almost $1 billion. The city does not have that kind of money to enforce these laws being imposed on the law-abiding citizens of our town. Thank you all very much.
Mr. Howard, please give the documents to the clerk so we can make sure we get them, okay? Thank you. Next person we have on our list is Mr. Martin Mitchell.
Good evening, council members. My name is Martin Mitchell.
Excuse me, Mr. Mitchell, can you please move the microphone so we can hear you?
Good evening. My name is Martin Mitchell. I live in Ward 3 and have been a lifelong resident of Hopewell. I would like to thank y'all for putting this on the agenda. I would like to speak on my personal experience of the petitions we have here. I chose to walk door to door in Ward 3 and Ward 4 and talk to people. I had 100% positive response in Ward 3 and about a 10-to-1 positive response in Ward 4. Myself and Edgar Hauser collected approximately 175 signatures in Ward 4 alone. Overall, we've had more than 250 signatures in Ward 4. We also have had many local businesses supporting us, allowing us to put our petitions in their businesses for signatures. As you can see by the number of signatures, we have over 900. And the people here tonight, this is not about one person. This is for the law-abiding citizens of Hopewell. I ask council to uphold the Constitution of the United States and support law-abiding citizens' rights. Please vote. Make Hopewell a Second Amendment sanctuary. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person we have on our list is Ed Hauser.
Say it again.
Ed?
How y'all doing tonight? My name is Ed Hauser. I've been in this town going on 57 years now.
Can you please?
And my ward is Ward 1.
Thank you.
A lot of people that I've talked to, because me and Mitch, we went from door to door beating, they are in fear of becoming felons with the stroke of a pen overnight. They have legally purchased firearms for home protection, and now with the rules these governors and laws are trying to pass, are going to turn innocent homeowners into felons. So this is a big concern of a lot of people. You know, my problem is, as the governor, he took an oath. Now he's trying to go against his oath that he took. You know, by this, you're denying giving privileges to fathers and sons and grandchildren. You know, I mean, all of us as kids, we went out, shot tin cans and had fun. And I mean, that's what fathers and sons do. And now it's getting to the point where we can't do that. I mean, this is to the point, it's un-American. You know, the people have gone crazy. They're following a man which is following in the footsteps of Hitler. He already believes in the killing of children, and now he wants to take your firearms away from you. What's he gonna do to us next? You know, we the people need to be able to defend ourselves if needed. You know, Hopewell's already had one civil war here. Let's not have another one. You know, when all these law-abiding citizens overnight become a Class 6 felon and start going to jail around here, where's the tax money Hopewell to come into Hopewell will come from? It's not gonna come from an incarcerated felon. And, you know, the positive side I have seen of all this is there's been a big wedge drove in between people, whether it be Republicans, Democrats, young, old, black, white, yellow, green, pink, whatever. The whole good thing about what's going on right now is that wedge is starting to go just like this. That wedge is getting pulled out because you know what? We the people are coming together.
So the next person that we have on the list is Douglas Smith. So again, please, I'm not saying this to be the bad guy, but we only have an hour of slotted for comments. And if you clap in between people speaking, it takes longer to get the next person up. And we want to make sure that everyone who has signed up can speak, and everyone who is standing around that has not had a chance to sign up, because this list was brought up before we got started, can speak. So next person we have on our list is Douglas Smith. Douglas Smith. Okay, next person we have on our list is David Fields.
My name is David Fields. I live in the city of Hopewell in Ward 1, if I may. I have been a citizen of this city by birth. I was born at John Randolph Hospital when there was only one building there. If I'm not mistaken, there were only 2 obstetricians at that time. I can only speak to this issue from my personal experience. I had 2 different statements written out, but I can't stick to 3 minutes, so I gotta cut it down. I have seen a lot of things happen in this city that these are not good things. I have seen, for example, I remember years ago there was a nurse that was walking to her car at John Randolph Hospital after her shift, and her estranged husband shot her. Just more recently, just within the last month, I guess it was, the Richmond firefighter got shot and killed. I was even on a jury once that the bottom line is that young man's going to spend the rest of his life in Red Onion. It's just, it doesn't make sense. Where are the laws being enforced that are already on the daggone books? You're choking the horse by cramming these things down our throat. And that's pretty much all. I think I better stop now.
Thank you, Mr. Fields. The next person we have on here, and forgive me if I say the name wrong, is it Fred Warden? It looks, or Fred Darden? Ward 7? Okay. Next person, again, forgive me, is this Keen Ferguson? Last name Ferguson for Hopewell? What was that?
Sorry, let's sign on paper.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay. Daniel Okun? Hopewell? He left? Okay. Marla Burton?
My name is Paula Burton. I'm with Ward 4. And I want to address, I'm sorry for this. I want to address the amount of violence the city has seen. People attribute it to gun violence, and it is not. My son was murdered, and he was not killed by gun violence. He was stabbed, and he was set on fire. So it's not an issue of guns. It's an issue of the laws not being enforced. It's an issue of not having enough police staff. It's an issue of not having enough funding for our police department. It's an issue of citizens not being supported. In my neighborhood alone, just this past month, we've had 2 attempted break-ins, an assault, and a local business robbed, all in a month. I understand that there are laws supposed to be going on the books, but I'm pro-Second Amendment, and I'm asking for Hopewell to become a 2A sanctuary, to allow citizens the right to be able to defend themselves, because they need that right. And I know that the city council looks at things as far as dollar-wise. As was mentioned before, you have the loss of revenue, you have loss of taxes. Not only mention of the citizens being jailed, but you have a lot of employees who live and work in Hopewell, and you're gonna be understaffed, you're not gonna be able to function, you're not gonna be able to operate the city like you need to. And again, the citizens won't be supported. So I'm asking for the city council to think about this resolution for Hopewell to be a 2A sanctuary, because citizens have the right by Constitution to be able to defend themselves and defend their families and their properties. And unfortunately, Hopewell seems to be limited on what they can do. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you for joining us this afternoon and sharing your heartfelt comments. Sorry about your loss. Next person we have on our list is Mr. Rick Davis. Hopewell, Ward 1. Okay, I thought that was Mr. Davis. Sorry about that. The last, Jeff Catcher. First name Jeff Hopewell. Okay. And please correct me with saying your last name, and please share your ward.
My name's Jeff Cather. I live in Hopewell, Ward 2. I was luxury of being the son of a Army guy from Fort Lee. I ended up coming back here in 2003. Found the love of my life in Hopewell High School. I live in Hopewell. I just luckily had a son recently, past 17 months, in Hopewell. I am pro-gun. I do want Hopewell to try to, do the 2A sanctuary, because most of my wife's family does live in Hopewell, and most of us are, God-fearing citizens of Hopewell, and we all are legally purchased our, firearms. I don't want to be a convicted felon. I want my father-in-law, my brother-in-law, or any of my family to be convicted felons over a law that is unconstitutional. I want to stay in Hopewell because I want to raise my son in Hopewell. I graduated from Hopewell 2004. My wife graduated 2004. Hopewell alumni. I want to try to keep my roots in Hopewell. That way my son can grow up in Hopewell. Unfortunately, lately, Hopewell has become a little loose in some violence we've had and some other issues. So I do feel like we should keep it where we can still carry and be a 2A sanctuary, because I would hate to have to defend my son and my wife and I'd have to go to jail because of a law that was made that was unconstitutional. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next person that we have on the list is Mr. Rob Huffman. I believe it's Rob Huffman, Hopewell. Okay. Next person I have. Oh, I'm so sorry. And please share your ward.
So, like that gentleman back there, I thought I was signing a different piece of paper. I didn't know that I was going to be speaking, but I don't mind. I don't
Please share
mind at
your
all.
ward.
Just let me,
And when you begin, please share your ward so I can write down.
Yes, ma'am. So, Hopewell, Virginia, Brown Avenue is where my parents live. Is where I grew up. I know a lot of you. You were at my school, teachers or whatnot. So I'm dyslexic. I can't read or write, almost. But anyhow, so I had a hard time in school. You know what I mean? I didn't do very well in school, so I dropped out. You know, and anyway, to make a long story short, so when I was in middle school, I think I was 13 or 14 years old. I weighed about 100 pounds, maybe. I was skipping school, you know, and so all of a sudden, come banging at the door is a friend of mine, well, a friend of my brother's. He's about 4 years older than me, banging on the door for his life, you know what I mean? So, and of course, I look out the window and I see this dude just wailing on him, you know, really whooping him up good, you know. So I ran to my parents' house and grabbed my dad's 911 and opened the door, and Willie came rushing in. And I met that guy. I'm not going to say his nickname because, you know, we probably all know each other. But anyhow, so he didn't come in the house, needless to say. I was 100 pounds, you know what I mean? I've known how to, you know, clean guns since I was a kid, because I'm the person who had to clean my dad's guns, you know. All my children are just as proficient in firearms as I am. You know, I don't believe in hunting or whatever. I don't hunt. I mean, it's not that I'm against it, but I just don't do it, you know. Firearms are a tool, you know, that we use for protection and to eat if you have to, but that's not what it was set up for. I guess about, I don't know, 10 or 15 years ago, my father, was a construction worker, and burnt his hand up pretty bad on the job. He lost a lot of the use in his right hand. He was right hand dominant, so you know, try to use your left hand to do what you do in your everyday life. So he's kind of limited in the firearms that he can use, and of course the firearms that they're making illegal are, you know, the ones that are the simplest to use, and for old people like my parents, or who are getting old, sorry, you know, but so, and I can't imagine, you know, my mom and my dad, who's, you know, almost 70, being felons. You know, it's pretty frightening. And I know the Second Amendment, you know, isn't gonna make a difference, right, in the whole scheme of things. But I think that it should show that, you know, we believe in the Second Amendment. And for people who are defenseless or otherwise would be defenseless without that, you know, without that thing that kind of equalizes the battlefield, so to speak. So, but that's all I had to say. Off the top of my head, I wasn't planning on this at all. But so bye, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we don't have any other names signed up on this list. And again, my goal was to make sure we have as much participation as possible, so I want to move through the list quickly. Anyone here who wants to speak, please come up one at a time. And don't forget to say your name and your ward, and I'll write you down on the list. If your name has spelling that I need to, just make sure you do it for me. Okay.
My name is Jeff Treadway.
Okay.
I'm in Ward 1, City Point. I'm originally from West Virginia. I got all my teeth and I can tie my shoes. Former employee of Liberty Firearms. My roots are here. I married my wife. She is a Hopewell graduate. I have 2 small children, Elijah, who just turned 3, and Gavin, who's going to turn 2. On my street in City Point, I live right off of Burnside. We have had, probably in the past 3 months, 12 shootings. There's been 5 home invasions. People are getting their doors kicked in. My child is on the spectrum of autism. I'm a professional driver. I drive a truck driver. I'm a truck driver now. I drive a tanker truck for Drew Transport. My roots are also here. We're looking to buy our first, you know, forever home here in Hopewell. With these bills that they're trying to do, me and my wife has single-handedly caught someone break into my neighbor's home. There was a police report. it's filed, the whole thing. But with the laws that are going to go into effect, and then they sadly probably will. Someone comes into my home and I have to protect my children and my wife, I'm going to go to jail for the rest of my life for doing the right thing. My neighbors who are elderly and disabled, someone breaks into their home and I go to help them, I'm going to jail for the rest of my life. I just think it's kind of important that we all stand together for what's right, whether you believe in Second Amendment or you don't, or whether, whatever your prerogative is. I have friends of mine who don't like guns at all, But I don't think we should have to, those of us who carry or choose to carry, to protect each other. I like everybody in this room. So far, this has been the coolest night in the courthouse I've ever been at. So I would just say that I hope we all take that in consideration of the safety of others and allow us to continue to do business with our local businesses here. Take care of each other and build each other up. 'Cause we're all in this together. And it says in the Second Amendment, it's the right to bear arms, shall not be infringed. So that's really all I got.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you, sir. And can I have your name and ward, please?
Good evening. My name is Jay McDaniel. I am not a resident
you're Jay
of Petersburg. I mean, of Hopewell. I am a resident of Petersburg. It's nearby, obviously. I travel through Hopewell on occasion. As you can see, I am a Second Amendment supporter. And I'm going to remind you of a few things. First of all, each of you took an oath to defend both the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of Virginia. Both of those constitutions specifically state that you, as the government, have no right to infringe upon the citizens' ability to keep and bear arms. When this country was founded, it was those citizens' arms that stopped the British. The first two battles of the Revolutionary War, Lexington and Concord, they were over the British marching to seize colonists' gunpowder and arms. If our governor really wants to go down this path, we've been down this path before. It's not a path that will end pretty for him. It's not a path that will end pretty for any of us. Okay? Defending freedom is utterly important. Because if you're not free, what's the point in living? There is no point in being a slave and living a long life. It is better to live a short life and be free. I have yet to meet anyone who is going to comply with these new laws. And like everybody else, that will make me a felon. Not because I have harmed anybody, not because I've done anything to anybody, not because I'm a threat to anybody, but simply because of something that I possess. Now, my right to defend my life pre-exists this foundation of government. It is my right as a human being to protect myself and to form the government that will protect my rights. And that is your job, to protect our rights. Your job is not to protect us. It's not to make us better. It's not to do any of those things. Your job is one and only, protect my rights. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Can I have your name, please, and your ward?
Wait a minute, wait, she was next.
Were you next, Ms. Washington?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Good evening, members of council. My name is Betty Washington, and I live in Ward 4. There seems to be more than one group of concern here. One group are the responsible gun owners. They're our friends. They're our family. Much love to you. We live together in this city. And then there's another group to consider. The irresponsible people that cause chaos. Well, the majority of Virginia and Hopewell agree and Hope will support City Council and General Assembly's actions and law enforcement to do something about the violence that we see, the guns fired that rings out, the children that need to be protected. Let's remember the mother that had to give her life up to push her child out of the way of something they were totally innocent of, as the shots ring out around the wrong home. We have shots firing all over the city sometimes. I've been here when the collection of City Council and law enforcement came together to let you know that they were gonna work very hard to keep the city safe. And I ask you, let's support City Council in their efforts. Because there's another group, from the very youngest and innocent among us to the most senior among us, and all of us in between. There's another important document, the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Let Hopewell be a sanctuary for people where we all can walk together in pride and in peace and in mutual respect. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can I have your name, please, and your ward?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, members of the board. My name is Brian Reason, and I'm in Ward 4. And one of the first things I wanted to address, we got some more people behind me now, but I wanted to thank all of y'all for listening to everybody and really paying attention. It looked like really everybody was attentive, and thank everybody for showing up and supporting this. I just got out of school. I had to rush down here. I was trying to watch it online. But like everyone else here, I'm a lifer of Hopewell. I was born here. I intend on dying here. I intend on making my roots here. And the biggest common denominator that everybody said, nobody said like this was going to become a felony. Everybody said they were going to become felons. It's not the issue of the laws changing. These are people that want to protect themselves or their property or their family. And because of that, they are being punished. No one said that there was going to be a felony act instated. We will all be felons. Hopewell is a strong community, and if we're all staying together, I think that's something, if everybody's up here voicing their opinion, we have a large number of people here that are all pushing for it. I think we're really coming together, and everybody's been talking about it. I know that if everybody's jumping off a bridge, you don't have to do it, but when there's a common denominator, and the entire state has started to go very gun pro, it's time to start thinking that we should follow suit. We should, as the last woman stated, become a sanctuary for everybody. There's people talking about uprooting their lives because of this, moving to other states that are safer because I can protect my family. I as well am a veteran. Multiple people here that have came up and spoke have served, and I'm concerned. I don't want to be doing anything illegal, especially a felony. I try not to park in the wrong spots. And that's what it's coming to now, is everybody's worried, everybody's scared. We need to start saying stuff to the people that'll calm everybody down, make everybody feel comfortable. And that's going with the shootings as well. I mean, community involvement, we need to start a lot more of that, I think. I know I'm going past the Second Amendment, but as a community, we need to heal. We're trying to impose new things, new threats. We're scaring people. We need to heal before we can start amending stuff, before we start pushing anything new on everybody. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a great night.
The next gentleman, can I please have does she want to speak or is she leaving? Okay, does she want to speak before she goes? Okay, thank you. Just want to make sure. Can I please have your name and ward, please?
Good evening, Council. My name is Joe Foresta from Ward 5 in Hopewell. I just want to share my experience. I was actually a victim from gun violence, but I am a true supporter for our constitutional rights and our Second Amendment rights. And I'd like to ask that you as a council would please support us as citizens to keep us safe as well as you guys safe. We're all out there, living life, and we need to be able to take care of ourselves and our family. And we can't do that without your support. And I would like to ask you guys to please support us as we support you guys. Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you very much. And the next person coming up, can you please say your name and ward?
Yes, my name's Robert Penn from Ward 7. Just real quick, I've been around the city for about 25 years. I'm actually from Missouri. My wife's from here. My kids have all been raised here, all went to school here. About 25 years, I would say. Last 15 years, I've served many different positions throughout the city, as in for running the football league to helping kids, do mentoring still today, coach softball, do whatever I can to help anybody in the community. So I'm also retired military. Been here my 25 years. Started off in 1987 with the drug wars in Colombia, and have been battling ever since. So I know the good things and the bad things that gun violence can do and what they're trying to do. The only thing I'm going to ask before anybody here starts going and thinking about all this stuff, I want you to think about history and the importance of history. The last two countries that has given up their rights for arms, the last two major countries, one was Honduras, okay? Everybody knows what's happened there in the last 10 years, okay? They've had 7 civil wars, thousands upon thousands of people being murdered on the city streets to the point of mass graves being done in the middle of the cities, okay? The next one besides that, and you guys got to go back a little bit further and go back to Nazi Germany and look what they did, okay? They made all these promises and all these other things, and they took the arms from people, and look what they did. Look what they did to the world. To this day, we still to this day, condemn people from that time, okay? We're still hunting people that put people to death, people that couldn't defend themselves in any way, shape, or form, okay? I take a lot of pride in what I do and who I am and everything else. I look at the guys that serve and love every minute of it. I'm so proud of them. Some of them are very good friends of mine. Look back and I look at these people, and I don't know half of them, but I'd go to battle with any one of them because they're standing here for their own personal rights. And I'm hoping you guys do the same thing for us. That's all I gotta say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sheriff Caphart, the people that are standing back there, does anyone want to sit down that are standing outside? Because I saw some people walk up. If they don't, okay, cool. Name and word, please.
Yes, ma'am. My name's Brandon Oliver. I believe it's Ward 2. I'm new to all this. A little stage fright up here. I know you've heard from a lot of the older generations and the middle-aged generation. Well, I'm 20 years old. I just purchased a house in Hopewell. I'm employed at Advan 6, so I don't plan on going anywhere anytime soon. And I don't believe that it would be right to do the gun confiscation and all of that. That would not be right in my eyes. And the grandfather clause, I believe that's just a way of getting out of. You're gonna stop it, but what about my kids? Or, my grandkids? Well, they're not gonna have their rights. I don't believe that's right. This is an active way of defending yourself, keeping your firearms. If you're in a store, somebody comes in to rob it, I feel way more comfortable having 5 people armed in the store than waiting on a cop to get here. Then you got to call and do all that. By the time that's done, you could be shot, gone, never see your family again, just because people that are supposed to be representatives, I believe, are taking the role of leadership too far, thinking that they can control the situation when they're supposed to be for the people, by the people. Well, you got a whole place full of people right here, so if they're representatives, I want to know who they're representing, because I have not spoke with anybody since this all began that has been very, 90% of the people I've spoken to have been pro Second Amendment, and I know that can be taken many ways, but I don't believe it's right to put any kind of stipulation on your rights at all. And when everybody says, if this passes, we are going to become felons, I do agree with that to the most positive I can. I agree with that 100%, because 90% of them are either going to move or they're not going to give up their weapons. So somebody breaks into your house, you use your weapon that you own to defend yourself, and then they go to the coroner's office and you go to jail. That's not right. And just like I believe Mr. Howard said, the minimum being 5,000 people that doesn't do it, and the amount of money that's going to affect, well, let's cross that out, because that's just a matter of speculation. Look at the room. You got $76,000 for every person in this room right now, including myself, because I have much respect for the police, but I can't determine how fast it's going to take them to get to my house when I hear somebody break in the middle of the night, and I will defend my property before my life gets taken by a criminal. Criminal's not going to follow the law. it's against the law to shoot people. The people are still shooting people. That doesn't make sense. I don't believe it's the enforcement of the law either, because the criminal that sold the other criminal the gun is not gonna. The law enforcement are doing the best they can, you know. If somebody buys a stolen gun and they're going down the street, you don't know they have a stolen gun until you pull them over and find a stolen gun. And if they haven't done anything wrong for a search, then you don't know they have a stolen gun in the first place. So enforcing these laws is not going to change anything. You're just going to de-arm individuals, and they will not have the right to defend themselves after that.
Thank you so much for your comments. Ma'am, oh, you're coming up. Please say your name and your ward.
I'm Betty Sines, and I live in Ward 7. My husband and I just celebrated being married for 41 years yesterday. In that 41 years, there's been twice that we've had somebody break into our home in the middle of the night. First time was years ago in Roanoke City. Well, suffice to say that something they heard made them turn around and run. They were coming up our stairs. We were in bed. It was in the middle of the night. The last time was 3 years ago. It was July 3rd, 2016, here in the city of Hopewell. They took a crowbar or something and broke out our back window that we had just paid to put in. They left no fingerprints. No one was ever found. No one was ever arrested. I've been watching the crime reports for some time, for several number of years, all through that area over the last couple of years. There's been many attempts at breaking in, many robberies. We never hear of anybody getting caught. I guess they don't get caught. But that night, somebody about 3 o'clock in the morning took that crowbar and broke that window out. You're very blessed that we have two very aggravating and loud chihuahuas. Those two dogs can sound like a whole kennel going off down at the pound. Whoever it was, they left. If we had not had the dogs, if the dogs had not scared them off and made them think twice about it, I could have been dead. I could have been beaten half to death or dead. Gun rights are for people that are law-abiding citizens for our protection. I spent a number of years growing up in a pacifist church. They believed it was better for you just to stand there and get shot, but you don't dare do anything to defend yourself. I don't really believe that anymore. I think we have a right to defend ourselves. You have a right, if you have children sleeping in the other room, you can't let somebody come in and just kill you, and they don't get caught. So, I mean, now I have something. I think it would be the worst thing on earth to live with knowing that you shot someone. I think it's worse for the criminal that has the gun illegally, that gets it for that purpose. They're the ones that have to answer. But people like me, I mean, you know, my husband, their families, you just need protection against what can happen. Sure, I could have dialed 911, but this guy was already coming in the door. It was too late. That wouldn't have helped me a bit. But next time I'm prepared. So that's why I say we need to really support what the country was founded on and our right to bear arms legally.
Thank you very much for your comments. Yes, sir. Can I have your name, please, and your ward?
Mayor, my name is Philip Andrews. I'm a resident of the city of Hopewell, lived here for almost 79 years in this city. I've seen this city go from being a city where you could sleep with your doors open with nothing but a latch on the screen at night to one where we have drive-by shootings in our city anymore regularly. At our church, I'm the pastor of Liberty Baptist Church here in the city and have been so for 12 years. 8 years previous to that at Woodlawn Baptist Church. In these years, I've never thought that I had to have a fear in my heart of going to church, but now we do. At this point in time, I actually have members of my church that fear coming to church because they live out in the out-allowing counties, Prince George, Chesterfield, and they question whether they should come to church. So in my church and some other churches, which I won't bother to name, we have established security teams in our church. We have chosen men in our church that have had firearms training, and at least 4 men in my church are armed every Sunday with weapons, and they have been trained to use them and use them proficiently. Most of this occurred because of the 2 major situations that took place in Texas, including the one most recently where someone actually stood up and saved some lives. If you come to my church on Sunday, after you come in, the doors are locked. We have times in which the doors are locked. We have 16 monitors that monitor the coming and going of people in our parking lot, in our church, because we're just afraid to go to church. Well, here's the problem with it. If our governor, who I have so many problems with, decides to push all of these laws through, like the gentleman earlier said, I'm going to become a felon along with the 4 gentlemen in my church that carry weapons to secure the fact that the people can attend a church service in peace. Where in the world have we gotten to in this country where honest, good people can't own a firearm? I've learned one thing in my life about firearms, if I haven't learned anything else. There are 2 kinds of people who carry firearms. There are law-abiding people who bought those firearms legitimately at a legitimate sale, and they have, and I don't know about registration, but I do know in Virginia you have to fill out at least 2 documents when you buy one. And then there's the other people in the state of Virginia and the city of Hopewell that carry firearms. The ones that got them illegally because they were stolen out of someone's house, and they shoot at people all the time. They were drive-by shootings.
Mr. Andrews, I'm sorry.
And they have no absolute problem with shooting anybody that they want to shoot at.
Thank you.
And these people get to do what they want and call it legal. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Can they have the next person come up, please? Can I please have your name and your ward?
Yes, Mayor, thank you for having me. My name is Kevin Quinn. I'm in Ward 4. I'm a retired United States Marine. I come here tonight to talk to the members of my city council to tell Richmond that I'm not happy with what they're doing. And I ask you to join the other 100 municipalities in this Commonwealth to send Richmond a message. We don't want these laws. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sir, can I please have your name and your ward, please?
Yes, my name is John Kuchera of Ward 1. I thought a lot about this, and we speak of the law. I think of our founding fathers who wrote those documents. They were good, moral, religious believers in the Lord Jesus Christ. That's a righteous document to me. And they even made the comment, and I can't remember which one said it at this time, but he said that the Constitution was written for a moral and a religious people, and that it would not work for any other. So that's quite a statement. These were moral and religious people, whether we like that or not. That is where we got our Constitution and our Declaration of Independence. That's where it came from. So for us to deny that today, and to deny us the rights that those men made it possible for us to have, doesn't make any sense to me at all. We have moral and religious people in this room tonight. That document is for them. It's for you. If you're moral and religious people, and you have a conscience that was given to you by God Himself, then that's what controls your trigger finger. That's what controls it. But if you're not a moral and a religious person, then you have no conscience, and it doesn't matter to you that you take a life. That life is sacred. Life is sacred. And we don't carry guns to shoot people, we carry guns to defend ourselves. That's what that's about, what it's all about. And so we're not out there having gun wars in our communities. I doubt anybody in here's had to shoot somebody in their yard or their backyard, and you wouldn't do it lightly either. So that is something that I think we need to remember, that our relationship with God is what keeps us from doing these evil things. And for that right to be taken away, to defend your family, like I heard one man say, that right's, we've had it for centuries. It's God-given. The government didn't give it to us. The government doesn't have the right to take it away either. So that's what we need to keep in mind, that we're actually going against God when you do this. I believe that. All right.
Your question.
Thank you very much.
John Adams. I looked it up when you were talking. And I do have a question before we call the next person. For Mr. Andrews, I didn't catch your award for the paper. 3? All right, thank you. Ma'am, can you please give us your name and your award, please?
Yes, my name is Judy Ellington. I'm in Ward 1. I've lived in this city for all my life. And when we turned 6 years old, I have 3 siblings. My father hunted and my brother hunted. And when we all turned 6, we were all taken out to the country and we all learned how to shoot a .22 rifle. And it was just a part of life back then. And for that right to be taken away from me at 67 years old and a widow and living alone, I resent that. I resent that anybody has the right to do that to me personally or to anybody else that's in this room. The police, I love our police department, but they can't be everywhere at one time. So I feel that I should have the right to keep my arms on me, next to me, beside me, and to take care of business if somebody should come through my door after me. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Thank
very
you.
much. Thank you. Sir? Okay, I already know your name. Yeah. I know who you are.
You all know who I am. My name is John Hunter, and I live and reside and proud to be in Ward 1 and proud of my city council person. As you know, I was a retired police officer. I served in the City of Hopewell Police Department for 28 and a half years. I currently serve as a school security officer armed for the City of Hopewell. Now, if you've seen the wisdom to know that the only thing that's going to stop a bad man with a gun is a good man with a gun. And you've seen the wisdom to put guns in your schools with retired police officers who are trained and have proven that they know what they're doing. Do these citizens have any less right to defend themselves? Who makes their life less than what their kids are? And I spend every day making sure, myself and my partners, making sure that nothing's going to happen. They can send their kids to school and they're going to be safe. Now, when I retired from the Hopewell Police Department, I had the ability to purchase my firearm that I carried for years and years and years for $1. But if these laws are passed, that gun has a 15-round magazine capacity. I'll be a convicted felon like that. I also have the joy of having grandchildren and one on the way. And I hope to teach them to hunt, just like their grandfather does. And if some of these current laws they're trying to pass them, if I take my child out to Prince George County and I teach them to shoot a firearm and they deem it a paramilitary event, I could be charged as a felon. If I'm charged as a felon, I lose all my retirement benefits that I worked for years and years and years to get. I urge y'all, for all that is sane and all that is American, to make this a 2A sanctuary city and join the rest of this state and send a message to the governor that what he's doing is wrong by all counts. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else that would like to speak this afternoon? We have about 3 minutes left.
My name is James Richard Dennis. I
I am a United States Army military veteran of 20 years. I implore you to vote the Second Amendment because as a veteran, I don't want to be considered a felon. Growing up in Hopewell is tough enough without becoming old in Hopewell and doing nothing wrong but possessing a weapon for personal protection and becoming a felon. Each of you see each of us, the petitions we have signed. All of those names are the people that employ you to vote what is right. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you so much, sir. Is there anybody else who would like to, anyone else would like to speak? Well, we still have the time. Okay. And please say your name and your
My
ward,
name
please.
is Doug Laban. I live in Ward 1. I'm a plumber, so I deal with fecal matter. I wasn't good in school or college, so I had to go to work for a living. I've inherited a couple of firearms that my grandfather took off of a Nazi when he surrendered to the Army of the United States. This is something that's over 100 years old, and it's been entrusted into a long-haired hippie. I also have a collection of firearms that I've built up over the years, and if I lived in California, I would be deemed institutionalized because of this, because of the laws that they have passed out there. In the City Point area, I have some video cameras around my house, and I have caught a hit and run on video and showed it to the police, and they were very happy to get that. I've also had countless drug deals going on at City Point, especially after the renovation where we had the opportunity to install the basketball courts again. I have turned that into the police. They don't want it. They refuse to take it. People sitting on the bench running back and forth to cars. Maybe they're dealing candy, the officer actually told me. Not this New Year's, because I spent it with my sister out of state, but last New Year's I counted over 100 gunshots. I don't recall a lot of people being arrested for shooting celebratory fire in the air. I had to take Rick Newman, the city attorney, to court to get my concealed license carry permit. That made me ashamed. We have so many people that are breaking the law that we're not prosecuting. My point is, if we become a Second Amendment city, regardless of whether you like guns or not, then it's up to Governor Northam to pay for someone to come arrest us, instead of having our sheriffs and our police officers risk their lives to come take guns out of our hands. Let the governor pay for it. There's no reason that we should pay our own people to put citizens in jail. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so thank you for your comments. You're talking about the Commonwealth Attorney, Rick Newman?
Yes.
Okay, Commonwealth Attorney.
I don't hold it against them.
I just want to do a time check with the clerk to make sure that my time clock is correct. This hour that council allowed it is over at 9:31.
That is correct.
Okay. So, really quickly before we move forward, just for everyone's here, was there anybody else who did not speak that did plan to speak? Good, we got everybody. So, we're going to move on from communications from citizens. I'll also say thank you very much for your comments and taking your time out to voice your concerns with us. And again, my goal was to make sure that everyone present did have an opportunity to speak with the allotted time. So we're going to move on to our regular meeting. And this is where the prayer is actually supposed to go, but we moved it up. I didn't want to be difficult, so I just kept it rolling. So we're gonna move on to R1, which is the review and discussion of Senate Bill number 16 and Hopewell's 2A sanctuary city status. From my understanding, Councilor Randolph placed this on the agenda. So do you want to do the kickoff for this?
Sure. I placed this on the agenda for no one person in particular. I placed this on the agenda because I watched and heard from many citizens in my ward and other wards. I felt that this was something that this council needed to address. While we have not seen the passing of the bills at the state level, nor do we know what is going to pass, I felt that as someone that supports the Second Amendment, I wanted the citizens to be heard. That's what we're here for. That's what we're elected for. And I felt that I heard very strongly from many of my constituents in Ward 1. I did poll a lot of citizens in Ward 1 and asked them to tell me how they felt, whether it was for or against, because I do that in many issues that I feel are important, and that's most issues that we bring here. And so I did ask for this to be included on the agenda tonight so that we could talk about it as a council. We could express our points in discussion and then potentially look at where we go from here.
Thank you very much, Councilor Randolph. So just want a point of clarity. This item is only for discussion tonight?
No.
So in order for us to move forward in further discussion, unless there's questions of council, there needs to be a motion on the floor. So my first question is to council, does anyone have any questions regarding the information in the packet? There are no questions?
I do have a question. Excuse me. In our packet, I just saw the bill for the SB 16. The city attorney did give us some more information on the House bills or whatever, and I perused them yesterday, but what area in the bills that talk about, to speak on people become felons just for owning a gun? I haven't come across that. Does anyone have a particular bill that, but SB 16 says you may have a class 1 misdemeanor, but I don't see anything about a felon. The felon comes in the context when it talks about transporting guns or purchasing them in, I guess, gun shows or whatever, but the class 4 felon is for transportation mostly, or selling it when you don't supposed to. Did I miss something?
Excuse me, sir. During this time, we don't have comments from the public. So
But
for
anyway,
council, I understand, excuse me, sir, we don't have comments right now.
I
during
said,
public.
but we only got officially the SB bill for the Senate, but, so.
Excuse me, council.
Until.
One second, everyone. Let's just make sure we have everyone paying attention to who has the floor right now. So Councilor Randolph, not Councilor Randolph, Councilor Pelham, finish making your comments. If you are directing a question to the city attorney, let me know and I'll make sure she answers it. Or you just commenting?
I know you gave us that pack, but I just don't recall, not to put you on the spot, but it's a lot of House bills, but.
Are you asking for her to just
If she
review what she
if
gave
she
us?
remember, if she doesn't, don't worry about it, but,
I have notes relative to SB 16. It's a bill that contains amendments to existing code sections to the extent that it is an amendment to an existing code section, and specifically at 18.2-308.2-01. The punishment currently is a Class 6 felony, and it remains a Class 6 felony.
for transporting.
Possession.
There are a number of statutes that are amended by this. So if you go through it from top to bottom, it starts with a code provision that really applies in the general district court General District Court, 16.1-278.9, and that deals with a gun in the possession of a child who has been deemed or determined to be delinquent. Then it goes on to deal with changes to 18.2-287.4, which prohibits open carry of a shotgun when the shotgun has a magazine that holds more than 7 rounds. And the possession has to take place on a public right-of-way or property that is open at the public, to the public, excuse me. The current version of that statute limits the carrying of the weapon only to certain localities relative to property open to the public. In other words, right now the code provision gives that authority to mostly large Virginia communities. The amendment strikes through that, and it would apply to all Virginia localities.
For public, not private homes.
Yes,
Okay.
you're correct.
Yeah.
And so then you go down the bill further, and then you deal with changes to 18.2-308.201, further 18.2-308.2:2, 18.2-308.8, and finally 18.2-309.9. And as I stated earlier, to the extent that there's a violation under 18.2-308.2.01, currently the punishment is a Class 6 felony. No amendment, meaning no change to that punishment occurs. So however the law is currently applies or enforced, a violation of it right now is a Class 6 felony, so there's no change there. But again, the bill deals with a number of different code provisions, and so there is not one major change that can be summarized very simply and precisely.
But nothing dealing with private home break, which you can ascertain. Nothing to do with you protecting your home or your private residence, mostly public right-of-ways and everything.
That's correct, and
Okay,
so
thank you for that clarification. For me, anyway.
Okay, Councilor Pelham, are you done with your time on
I
with the
am,
floor right now?
yes.
Okay. The next person who has their light on to speak is Councilor Denton.
We have one gentleman in the audience tonight that does have quite an extensive knowledge of this and has studied it. Could I address a question to him?
Yeah.
No, because
I think he could shed some light because he has studied this and knows it, and I think he's very proficient in what he does, and I think he could.
I understand. I'm just hesitating right now thinking about it because we
And
usually
you
just
can-
address staff. That's why you're asking.
And you can cut him
yeah.
off if he gets beyond. But
Your questions.
I think it would be informative.
Sure. Let's just start off but you know why you're asking
I
is our
know.
rules. Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Jarrett. I know you have had quite a bit of experience in this. Could you answer our Councilor Pelham's?
I'm not a legislator, and
I know you're not.
and I'm not. But I will tell you for the information that I've been dealing in the Capitol for weeks now, and I can tell you there's plenty of people in this room that will tell you that Senate Bill 16 that Senator Saslaw put in place withdrew that yesterday morning, I believe.
It's no
Is that
longer
correct?
being discussed.
I believe it was yesterday morning or day before yesterday. So that bill is not in play. It was replaced with a House bill called 961. So that is the current bill that is being used right now in replacement of Senate Bill 16. So it is a completely different bill. It is stronger than Senate Bill 16.
Can you tell us what that would mean if it's passed?
Yeah, it has to do with everything from, there is felony statutes in it. Like I said, I'm
This
not
is
a
for your
lawyer, and
private home is what
I'm
I'm
definitely
worried
not
about.
in a
Councilman.
legislator. I am,
Sorry.
all this stuff has to go through committee, so
Exactly, so that's-
we know that, that bill has not hit the floor in the House or the Senate yet. We do know that. There are multiple bills that have not been done yet. So, those will be, probably hit the floor next week, far as we know. So I can, only thing I can tell you right now, that Senate Bill 16 is not in existence. It has been withdrawn, when it was pre-filed, last month. That I can tell you. And I really don't want to get into, reading the status, the status of that, because you can interpret that 10 different ways as an attorney. And so, that's my knowledge of what's going on. I just know that Senate Bill 16 has been withdrawn. So, thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Counselor Denton, do you have any other comments or questions at this time while you have the floor?
No.
You're fine? Okay, I saw a light over here.
It was mine.
Okay.
I'm gonna say a couple of things. I knew that the bill had been taken down, and we have to set up our information to council at least 2 weeks in advance in most cases. So this backup documentation was given 2 or 3 weeks ago when it was still viable. I gave that to council just as a basis for the main bill at that point in time. In reading some of the other bills, I by no means am an expert, nor am I an attorney. But I do know, in looking at some of this information and talking to a lot of people, that current gun owners that have, let me first preface this by saying that I was married to a hunter. I was not brought up in a gun family, but I was married for 20 years plus to someone that works for the game department, and it was an avid hunter and taught me to appreciate hunting, and whether it was for food or sport. And I do understand that there are some things that will impact the gun owners that have guns today that would potentially cause those guns to become illegal. Stock changes for the stock of the gun. Choke changes, which if anybody up here knows what a choke is, it is something that can come with a gun, or it can screw on the end of the muzzle, and it teaches how to dissipate, it makes the gun dissipate the shot pellets in different spreads. And that is dependent on what you're hunting for, how tight you want that to be, what the distance is, and many other things. So hunters can use the same gun for bird shot or for buckshot or for skeet shooting, and they may use different different ends for those. Those things could possibly cause the gun to become illegal. And if I'm right in my interpretation, and I'm getting some nods, so I'm not as stupid as I, but I'm not a gun person. I appreciate it. I'm a Second Amendment person. But those are the types of things that people are looking at. They're guns that they bought and they use for hunting, and we have over 560,000 licensed hunters just last year in this state alone. Every one of those people owns at least one, if not more, guns that they use to hunt with. And because of those changes, these people are now going to be looked at as potential felons because they don't want to give up those guns. So I'll add that as understanding a little bit more about some of what we're talking about.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
There are no lights right now, so before I make my comments, I'll ask the city attorney, Counselor Pelham. I'm not really sure what she was asking exactly, but I know that you sent out a document in terms of all the bills that were being reviewed for, that were topics of concern. And so ultimately, can you just give us a recap of what's pertinent for our conversation today in terms of our, I guess the question that I have is, the enforcement of a sanctuary city resolution. I know it's just clarity that even if we were to pass the second sanctuary cities resolution, what legal weight does it have? And then also, I want to piggyback off of what Councilor Randolph stated. I've heard the same concerns. I've gotten calls. I have people in my household who are hunters, avid hunters, and trust me, I'm getting the same thing at home. And I have the same gun and save lives stickers on my dresser as we speak. And so I hear both sides of this. And so as I spoke to the people that have called me, my only concern was saying that we were going to limit certain things from the city without even knowing what legislation was passed. And so I do support what Councilor Randolph handed to us in the back, the Second Amendment rights. That's because that is a blanket right. That's in the Constitution. You can't take that away. I think that that's a better option for us to support and consider because it reaffirms that we support Second Amendments, but it also isn't as strict as it's saying what we will or will not do prior to anything actually passing. And I did watch that judicial hearing at the General Assembly. The tape is live. If you go to General Assembly's website, they have Granicus, I believe it is. You can look at the hearing yourself, and that's how I saw real time that the bill was pulled and what was put in place. But again, all of these have to finish going through committees and going to the floor. So for the time being, I can support Second Amendment constitutional cities because it's not as down in the weeds as the other ones. So, Madam Attorney, can you please just explain for the public in terms of if we pass anything, what that would mean from the Attorney General's point of view in terms of enforcing?
Okay, so yesterday, I provided you all with summaries of the 9 pending bills in the House. At the time, there were 12 bills in the Senate. And what I attempted to do was summarize what the particular bills would actually achieve if they were passed. In addition to those summaries, I also sent to you a summary of the Attorney General's opinion, which was issued back in December. And the question that the Attorney General was attempting to answer at that time was the legal effect or impact of the resolutions that were being passed on a local level, establishing the localities as quote-unquote sanctuary cities. And according to the Attorney General, he goes through the analysis by starting out stating what the law of supremacy is, which is simply federal law trumps state law trumps local law. And then he goes on to remind the reader, the person to whom he wrote the opinion, that Virginia is a Dillon Rule state, and simply stated that means that Virginia localities can only exercise those powers that are expressly granted to them by the General Assembly. Having said that as your baseline, he quotes a section of the Virginia Code which prohibits localities from adopting any kind of ordinance, rules, bylaws, what have you, that is inconsistent with state law or federal law. He goes on to say that because we're a Dillon Rule locality, a locality does not have the authority, a Virginia locality, nor a Virginia constitutional officer has the authority to determine that a state statute is unconstitutional or decide to not to follow it. And so based on his analysis, he says that these particular resolutions, to the extent that they would be addressing how the localities will treat the state statutes or respond to the state statutes, they would be of no legal effect.
Thank you. And so before I pass to the next person, I'll just ask while I have my time, Councilor Randolph, can you share a little bit more about what you proposed in terms of Second Amendment constitutional cities?
Sure. As someone who was sworn in by our city, our court clerk.
Clerk of court.
Clerk of court, thank you. Clerk of court. Ms. Ward did a nice job to let us all know that we swore to uphold the laws. We all know that this is not going to be decided on a local level. We all know that this is going to go to the courts, probably to be making the final decisions, whatever the state does. What I handed out tonight was I've been watching different localities and what they proposed. And over 100 localities have proposed as to a Second Amendment sanctuary cities. I didn't like the name of sanctuary city when localities in the country decided to take it upon themselves to decide that they were going to enforce or not enforce immigration. And so simply because I am a proponent of Second Amendment, I can't pick and choose when I want to be sanctuary and when I don't. So I really liked what I saw from Virginia Beach. They last week, in support of the Second Amendment, didn't call themselves a sanctuary city. They called themselves a Second Amendment constitutional city, with the same support shown to the Second Amendment and the citizens' rights to own and possess guns. I think that's where we want to be, at least I hope. I've talked to most of the people, a lot of people that are proponents of this, and explained to them what I was looking at and why. As one of your city councilors, I cannot propose that we ignore state statutes when they're enacted, okay? But what I can do is show them the support as a counselor and as a body, hopefully tonight, that we don't want them to go forward with something that is not in line with the Second Amendment for the Constitution. And so that's what I'm proposing tonight for, and what I gave out to council. We did not do a resolution yet because we had not come to terms with what we really wanted to do. And in our vote tonight, we will make a decision one way or the other. And then if the decision is yes, then we will have our city attorney prepare a resolution. That's at least my vision of this.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Anyone else have any comments for discussion? Actually, we supposed to be asking questions, not.
Was a motion put
I
on the
asked the
floor?
question. Supposed to be asking questions.
There was a motion put on the floor when I was gone?
No.
No.
Okay, so I saved my time.
Council Parton?
Well, I'm gonna make a motion.
Thank you.
I'm ready to get the show on the road. I move that we declare the city of Hopewell a pro-Second Amendment constitutionalist city, and that we charge the city attorney to draft up a resolution similar to what Virginia Beach passed.
Okay, thank you very much, Council Parton. So when, is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Councilor Parton moved that the city of Hopewell declare itself a Second Amendment constitutional city, and we will ask the city attorney to draft up a resolution similar to the example from Virginia Beach. That has been moved by Councilor Parton and seconded by Councilor Denton. Madam Clerk, do you have that?
I do, thank you.
Thank you. Is there a roll call?
No, it's a discussion.
No, sorry, discussion. I'm sorry. Technically speaking, she had her light on first because she made a comment. Then, you already spoke three times.
I'm sorry.
And then Councilor Parton,
How many times have I spoken?
you have spoken twice.
Yes.
You spoke twice. This is your last time. Go ahead.
Oh, it's mine, okay.
Just the body.
Well,
Just so they know about.
in the constitutional, the motion that he's just made, the only concern I have is that item number 4 at the bottom, which talks about now therefore be it resolved. The city council hereby supports the actions of other elected bodies making similar declarations on behalf of Virginia counties, cities, and towns. And other jurisdictions have deemed themselves to be to a sanctuary city, so that is a catch to me to say that you really voting for the 2A sanctuary amendment. That's my interpretation, so I won't be supporting that, of course. As well as I agree with Councilor Randolph, we did take an oath to uphold the Constitution as well as the laws of the state. I think it's a sad day before even the law has been passed, just as the gentleman said, it was SB 16 was taken off the table. We want to make a local law, not knowing what is going to be passed in the General Assembly. How do we, as a local elected officials, look into the future and vote on something that we don't even know what the premise is going to be? I personally don't oppose anyone to own a gun, any legal weaponry that they would like to defend and protect their families. But again, the comments about protecting your home, I think, does not fit into the bills that we have. I personally I don't like fast, rapid-firing guns, and I think they're designed for mass killings and not simply to defend your home. So that's.
Okay, guys.
I'm not finished.
Please.
So we live in a land that the local law can't trump state law, and state law can't trump federal law. And I think the citizens of Hopewell and all the other jurisdictions would have been served better if they had went to the General Assembly actually and garnered them to mandate everyone be a sanctuary city. They have the power to do that. 2 years ago, when some laws were being changed, that would have been the time for them to mandate that everyone become a sanctuary city, which would have been awkward, I guess, because they're the state government. But still, I think the protest is not appropriate for.
Excuse me, guys, can you please?
And again, I did take an oath to follow the Constitution, which I will do. Comments would take it. A lot of things that people say, I think, out of context, and it's really just to bring fear into people's heart and minds, to become emotional and not rational. So again, to adopt a 2A sanctuary city or constitutional city is just not appropriate. And to do a resolution do we have to do anything, Madam Attorney, to get?
Excuse me. All right, guys. So please, I know this is a topic that's really passionate for a lot of people here, but we also have to be respectful of the council members while they're speaking. And when people came to the podium and spoke, we were respectful. We listened to everyone, and I made sure everyone had a chance to speak. So please be respectful when people are speaking up here, because when you were speaking, clearly she did not agree with all the comments, but she did not blurt out when you were talking.
Right.
So please allow her to say her comments as the counselor on the dais. And I will ask the sheriff deputies present here, if people are still doing outbursts, please ask them to go. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me, sir. I will answer this just to make sure we smooth this over so no one feels any tension. We did, and now we're in discussion. So again, no outbursts from the audience, please. We're actually in a part of discussion for the motion that's on the floor. Councilor Pelham has the floor right now, and I'll ask the clerk for a time check for her last comment. Does she have any time remaining?
Yes,
How much time?
about 5 minutes.
Okay, and this is her third time speaking?
That is correct.
So can you just make sure this is off? So just keep track of it the old way.
What old way would that be?
I don't know, just figure out a way. Do you have anything else to add while you have the floor? This is your third time talking. I'm saying.
I was asking the city, what is the process for a resolution? It's just, do we have any public, anything to do? What is the process for the?
Well, the process that I was planning to take, ma'am, was to take the directive, draft something similar, not exactly the same, bring it back to the city council. for city council to make further amendments or to adopt as it was drafted.
Okay, thank you. So again, and following in line with the Attorney General, he issued his opinion that a 2A resolution adopted by localities across Virginia would have no binding legal effect, saying that local governments do not have a right to cherry pick which laws, state laws they will enforce and those that they won't. So I urge my fellow council members not to vote for sanctuary anything, constitutional anything, until the General Assembly has finished passing those laws that they want us to follow. And once they do that, there is also a process when the laws are passed and you object to them. You can go place your monies together, get an attorney from the NRA, fight it to the Supreme Court. That we have a process for that too. So that would be my recommendation, and of course, I'll be opposed to the legislation or motion that we have on the floor.
Can I call for the vote?
Call for the vote?
You have to vote on that.
We don't have to vote on the call for the vote. Once you request it, it goes, right?
You can ask if there are any objections. If there are no objections, you go for what the call on the, for the vote. If there are objections, then there needs to be a 2/3 vote to stop the discussion.
Are there any objections for stopping discussion and have a call for the vote?
I object. I would like to
Excuse me.
continue the discussion. I think there was 2 more counselors that wanted to discuss something.
True. This is the last warning. Please stop doing outbursts. This is a part of the process. We have discussion, we talk about things. This is the first time collectively we are talking about this issue. So please. So it's been contested that we do a call for the vote. Do you want to remove that so we don't have to go through the whole voting process? We just keep moving forward, Councilor Randolph?
But we have to vote to see if we have the 2/3, right?
That's right.
That's what I'm saying. If she wants to still move forward, but if she does, so go ahead.
Excuse me, Councilor Randolph,
What's the question? So I know
call
which
for
way
the
to vote.
vote. To
To limit
for the vote.
discussion.
stop discussion.
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Repeat what you just said.
to end discussion and vote.
Yes.
Counselor Parton,
No, I think the vice mayor should be able to say something. She hasn't said anything on this topic all night, and a lot of other councilors have had their turns to talk, so I think she has a right to talk.
Mayor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton. The motion is to end discussion.
Right. I'm with him. I think Vice Mayor Bennett deserves a chance. So I'm gonna have a chance.
Counselor Pelham,
Give it an opportunity to speak, whatever that.
Yeah.
okay.
So-
Vice Mayor Bennett,
Sorry.
just saying.
No.
Okay. So the motion fails to limit discussion. We're going to continue. And just for a check to make sure that my tally is correct, Mundo, Councilor Randolph has spoken 3 times. Councilor Pelham has spoken twice. I have,
Counselor Pelham has spoken 3
I mean,
times.
sorry, 3 times, 3 times. Not facilitating, I have spoken
Twice.
twice. And Denton has spoken,
Once.
Parton has spoken,
Once.
and Holloway and Bennett have not spoken at all,
That
correct?
is correct.
Vice Mayor Bennett, you have the floor.
Okay. I would like to thank everyone for coming out tonight and voicing your concerns and on this Second Amendment. I also wanted to say thank you to Counselor Randolph, because she did do her due diligence and she took a lot of time to get all this information, went to different resources, and make sure that it was on the agenda today. The second thing is, I just wanted to mention that we are a community and we are Hopewell. It was Mr. Hauser who said there's a wedge just being removed from Democrats and Republicans, but also that wedge needs to be removed from our city because we're a community. And with that being said, it is a human right to bear arms or to choose not to bear arms. But we, as Hopewell, have to understand that we have to respect each other's opinions because our children are watching us. They want to see how we interact with each other, how we solve issues. I am for the Second Amendment. However, I just want everyone to know that just because one person doesn't agree and another, we still have to respect each other. And we all gonna live here as a community.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor Bennett. Councilor Holloway, do you have any comments at this time?
I do not.
Thank you very much. Councilor Denton, you have your light on, and then Councilor Parton. Denton, then Parton.
You want to go first?
Ladies first.
Okay. I just make this short and sweet. I don't think by us agreeing to this resolution for a Second Amendment constitutional city that we're going to pass any laws. I think it is really a message that we are trying to get to Richmond. And that is what we need to do, is just to let them know. So I am for this resolution. Thank you. And thank you for coming tonight.
Thanks for having us.
Okay, Councilor Parton.
So many of y'all know, each one of us up here took an oath of office to defend and support the Constitution. And then several of us up here also took that oath prior to being on this council when we served in the military. And I'm proud to be one of those individuals up here. And so I will always support the Second Amendment. I think it's very critical to the citizens. And as many of y'all know, and it's good to see the faces actually, because I have a massive email distribution list where I send out information. And overwhelmingly, I think y'all used up a lot of my free data on my Gmail account in voicing support for this. But I do want y'all to know that I'm happy that Hopewell is declaring itself hopefully declaring itself a pro Second Amendment constitutionalist city. And so with that, that's all that I have. And I'll call for the vote.
Well, actually, Councilor Parton, there was another light on before you. Vice Mayor Bennett.
I just wanted to take this time to let everyone know that I'm also a veteran.
All right, so can we now do the call for the vote, please? For anybody else?
Any objections to the call for the vote?
Whether or not paying attention.
Okay, we're just. Councilor Randolph?
Absolutely.
Councilor Holloway? This is the vote.
Second Amendment Constitution.
It's for the call for
This
the
is
vote.
the
It's for
vote.
the
Yes.
call for the vote.
Call for the vote or
There was
just
no
a-
objection
It's for
to
the
the call
call
for the vote.
What
So
is
I went
it?
on to the motion.
It's a call for the vote.
Okey dokey.
Mine's still absolutely.
Okay, Councilor Holloway, it's for the call for the vote.
I guess say it, yeah.
Okay. Councilor Barger?
Yes.
Mayor Gore?
Yes.
Councilor Denton?
Yes.
Councilor Pelham?
No.
Vice Mayor Bennett?
Yes.
Okay, motion passes for the call for the vote. We're gonna move on to the actual motion on the floor tonight. Madam Clerk, can you please repeat the motion as stated?
The city of Hopewell to declare itself a pro-Second Amendment constitutional,
Constitutional.
Constitutional.
That's what I thought.
City.
And to charge the city attorney to draft a resolution similar to that of Virginia Beaches.
Thank you very much. Is everyone clear on the motion?
Yes.
Can we make a substitute motion?
Oh, my goodness.
No, it's just very little.
Hold on, before you can make a since it's been moved and seconded, and it's already before the floor, and it's in
Okay.
discussion, you would have to vote to allow you to.
That's fine.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so what are we doing?
Is it something that we can address in the process of?
Yeah, I
creating
just wanted to amend it to ask for the resolution to be ready and sent out to us within 2 weeks so that we have it available with our changes if we need to make any for the next council meeting.
Okay,
Works for me.
let's address this vote, and that's fine, that's just a directive to the city attorney. So let's do the motion, and then we'll go back to your point. The motion is as stands, as you read it, and so we're gonna do roll call now.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes, ma'am.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Counselor Parton,
Yes.
Mayor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
No.
Vice Mayor Bennett.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you very much. So to finish addressing the point on the floor for the city attorney, this is just a directive to the city attorney. Do you feel like with your time schedule, you can, thank you. All right, so we're good there. We're gonna recess for 5 minutes to let people leave who do not want to stay for the rest of the meeting. Before you go, I will say, I expect to see every single one of you at our crime meeting tomorrow at Carter G at 6:30. Can we get a roaring round of applause for that? Thank you.
Billy's ready to go home.
Larry's good.
It's not mine. Right there. He owns his car. I run his
And that's sort of why we didn't want it tomorrow, but, you know, the neighbor said, you know, we don't care when we asked about it. And so they.
Council, please return to the dais. Council is asked to return to the
We gotta
dais.
get back to business. Thank you very much for coming.
Council, let's roll.
When I saw the name, I was like, yeah.
I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Members of City Council, we're starting the meeting again. The recess is over, so we can finish addressing the business of the city.
Madam Mayor, you only have 3 members on the dais and you cannot.
Oh, we got, which one's gonna be? Which one's gonna take a seat first?
We got.
Nope, it's the vice mayor.
Thank you. So we're moving on to R2, which is the CAFRA update, Mr. City Manager.
Get to my notes.
Does this meeting end at 10:30?
Yes.
Is there anything else on here I need to do?
You sound pitiful.
Ma'am, I'm a little hoarse, but that's
Little
okay. Yeah. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council. With regard to the CAFRA update, we are, as always, working diligently on the 18 CAFRA to complete it. We've been dealing with issues regarding reconciliations, looking at in our enterprise funds. You know, we've talked about the Beacon where we've created financial statements for them. We've been looking at the wastewater renewal, that enterprise fund, and looking at reconciling the subledgers for those which had not been done since Munis was adopted or implemented. With sewer, solid waste, and stormwater, we've been having issues with our third-party biller, trying to get sufficient data from them to support the audit needs. We've been looking into grant funds. We've had conversations with Griffin, Fire, and others that receive grants to make sure that we are inputting the data correctly and making sure that we're addressing those issues correctly for our audit. And in schools, we're looking at year-end and cash reconciliation issues, year-end, and looking at how we classify capital assets. So we're moving forward. We also, with regard, you had asked a question earlier in an email about our CFA status. Of course, we've completed 15. We've been in communication with PB mayors, as you all know. They had indicated to us that they could not begin any work for us regarding the CAFRs until after the first of the year. It is after the first of the year. The indication now is that they may not be able to begin work until March. They've given us the ability to go out and find another auditor should we choose to not wait till March to work on the CFAs, and even indicated in their communications with us that if we wanted to do so for the 19 CAFR, that we could do that also. So we will be bringing to you probably an amendment to a contract at the next meeting for consideration, specifically for the 16, 17 CFAs, which we need to get done, and potentially also to talk about 19 for CFA and CAFR. So we are working hard. I'm anticipating we got a push right now to complete 18. We are getting our schedules in place for Robinson, Farmer, and Cox to be able to come in and do their work, and we're looking at the middle of February to have that completed.
Thank you very much, Council. Our meeting ends at 10:30. Is there going to be any suggestions to extend the time?
Can I ask him a question?
After I get an answer for this, is there going to be any suggestion to extend the time? If the answer is no, that's fine. I just wouldn't need to know now.
Let's get a suggestion.
She has spoken.
Okay.
What are you going to say, Councilor Randolph? No, you don't want to suggest anything?
Nothing. I don't have a thing to say.
Okay. Councilor Pelham?
Yes, Mr. City Manager, what is the holdup when the people, how does the contract again is written? Do they get paid when they're waiting for us to produce something, or And who's not producing something so the CAFR can be completed?
So the contracts that we have in place, we have a contract with VML to provide, okay. I thought someone might have fallen over. To provide us CAFR support. So that's a contract. While they may not be here, we have one person on site all the time, and we have some people that come in and do work on site, but they also do work off site. So that if they're not here, they're still working to resolve issues off site. The holdups that we've had through the 18 CAFR process have been cash reconciliation issues with year-end closeout, getting those numbers done.
What agency?
That cash reconciliations are occurring in the treasurer's office. We've had issues with the enterprise funds, as we talked about previously.
Wastewater, you mean? Wastewater?
Wastewater, the sewer fund. So the 3 bills that we send out for solid waste, stormwater, and sewer, your sewer bill, we've had issues with the third-party biller giving us the data that we want to assist with audit completion. So we're working through that. We've got at wastewater, the subledger accounts that were there had never been reconciled since Munis was implemented. So we started undertaking that process when we discovered that in the summer. So we're working through that. Our understanding is the departments that was not communicated and pushed out to departments that they had to reconcile, nor did those departments have the ability within Munis to actually get to the data to do the reconciliation. So we've corrected that, and we're moving forward to adjust those issues and work through that. We're getting those to the point that we've addressed those. So we've got cash reconciliations issues again with schools, but also capital assets and how those are done. So we're working through those with everyone, trying to bring everybody together to get it done, because it's our number one priority on our list of things that need to be accomplished is getting our CAFRs up to
Okay,
date.
so what other thing is, but the treasurer told me, she's up with her cash reconciliations, the last conversation I had with her. So she's waiting on other, I don't know, she told me she's up with hers.
We're about to run out of time. I know Councilor Pelham has the floor.
Want to make that.
But can you submit this in writing to us as a memo? Because quite frankly, the item that I have on the agenda, IR3, some of the things you talked about in your update are directly in what I was going to ask to get a full update on in terms of wastewater, sewer, and a contract.
These items are the same items that were included in the memo that I sent y'all in December.
Right.
An update.
We're continuing to work through those issues to resolve them. So that was council's directive, as opposed to take the hit in the audit and move on and get it done. You wanted us to work through those issues and resolve them. So we're working through those issues to resolve them.
But just for clarity, the update, the PD Mayors, the CFA was finished in July. So PD Mayors was contracted to do the CAFR, so why can't they start the CFA when we already had the documentation?
PB Mayors told us that they did not have the capacity to handle our issues. This is why we brought back to you the 18 CAFR. They said they couldn't do any work for us until after the first of the year.
That included CFA and the regular CAFR.
Correct. So
All right.
now what we have is a situation where we've been informed that they may not be able to begin it until March.
So I'm going to send some questions to you. Can you just take the time out to answer them?
Madam Mayor, your meeting is over.
Well, actually, it started at 7:34.
Madam Mayor, your meeting is over.
3 hours,
It's not
excuse me,
even
we
1
have 3
minute to the,
hours.
we got technically 4 minutes. So like we're gonna send the questions to you to answer, okay?
It's over. You need to send the question to all of us when you send them to him, so we all know.
I'm not saying that everyone can send their questions to him.
Yeah, because I was gonna say, because I know I'm gonna have questions too, because I definitely got questions right here.
You said what?
First of all,
How could that not be